I'm all set, Jim. I just inadvertently.
Okay, super, John. I see David Digley and William Curry. We'll do both of those, and then we need to get moving into the meeting. Did William Curry have a comment, or we need to drop his hand? Okay, we're working on that now. Okay. David or William, is William now. Mr. Curry?
Just tell him you're here.
My picture come out?
I don't have your picture, and I wouldn't expect to using the webinar, but we can hear you okay, and you should be able to vote fine.
I'm here.
All righty, glad to have you. Anything we can do before the meeting for you? Okay, you're all set. And one more, Elaine Highland. And I understand there's questions. I'm going to try to answer those at the beginning of the meeting. Elaine? You're unmuted, but we still can't hear you. I hope that you're able to hear us. I think you are, because we all the time mute you. We'll watch for your hand and try to figure out a way to communicate with you if we can't. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask HCAM to mute all of the folks that are raising hands, and I ask folks not to raise their hands until we actually begin the meeting. And at this point in time, let me just go down the line here. I want to announce that the selectmen at their 6:30 p.m. meeting this evening have voted in accordance with the state law regarding the coronavirus to reduce the quorum to a number of 60 for the purposes of this meeting. Currently, I have 98 attendees and 24 folks that are called panelists, that some may or may not be voting members. I'd like to ask the town clerk to certify that we have reached a quorum and that only registered voters appear on the attendees list on the right-hand side of the screen. You'll be able to see them, the attendees will not. Jeannie, I see your icon up. I don't hear your voice yet.
Jim, I can't see who's on. Oh,
We're just fixing that problem now. She should be able to see that momentarily.
okay, thank you.
Okay, while we're doing that, let me not waste time here. I want to thank everybody for joining in and jumping through all the technical hurdles. I'm glad we've got folks here. What I'd like to do, I'm going to lower all of the hands. Jenna, could you lower all of the hands, please, lower all hands, and please don't raise hands. What I need to do is to swear in new members. Okay, if there are any new members here who have not been sworn in, or newly elected members who have not been sworn in, please raise your hand. We're just giving them a few minutes to go in. Okay, I have 15 folks that have raised their hands. And I'm going to lower your hands right now, and I ask you to gee, I don't know where you place your hand on your mouse or your keyboard or something, and one hand in the air. And When I'm gonna lower your hand and when we're done with this, you can say I do by raising your hand. I'm lowering all hands right now. Do you duly elected town meeting members solemnly swear and affirm that you'll honestly, faithfully, and impartially discharge your duties in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the bylaws of the town of Holbrook? Signify I do by raising your hands. And I have 17 who are now sworn in as official town meeting members. I'm going to lower the hands now. Let me just check back with Jeannie to see how we're doing with the validation of the quorum.
Yes, Jim, we validate the quorum.
Okay, that's great. Can folks, I guess folks can see me, so we're all set. So this is the point where we validated the quorum. As I mentioned to Pat earlier, I don't have my regular gavel to open the meeting. I got my framing hammer, a block of wood, and there we go. This meeting is now called to session. Be aware that that's a nice mallet if you're out of order. I'm wondering if HCAM has the national anthem of the Pledge of Allegiance queued up.
Now, if we could have the rest of the audience join
We're having
in
some
standing
technical
for the
difficulties with
singing of
that
the
one
national
part of
anthem.
the
Our Holbrook
situation
Senior
here.
Chorus is here.
Okay, very good.
And
What we'll
after
do
the
is we'll do
national anthem,
Pledge of
please remain
Allegiance then.
standing.
And you may rise or not, place your hand in the appropriate place, and we'll recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I would like to call on the lay leader of the Holbrook United Methodist Church, Beth Jeswald. Beth, I see you here, and make sure that she can be unmuted. Is Beth Jeswald here?
Yes,
Oh, very good. Thank you so much for coming by. I'll turn the floor over to you to issue the opening convocation. Appreciate it.
thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Let us take an attitude of prayer. Gracious and loving God, holy is your name. We thank you for this opportunity to come together to plan for the Holbrook community's best welfare. We thank you for the police and fire department that keeps us safe and ask you to protect them as they protect us. As we gather this evening amidst these most difficult times, guide us to make good decisions in cooperation with each other for the greater good of the Holbrook community. We ask these things not for ourselves as individuals, but for the common good of all. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Jeswald. Now we'll have a moment of silence for the town meeting members and officials who have passed on since our last meeting. Kathleen Hafferty, retired registrar. Thomas Cummings, retired superintendent of public works, town meeting member precinct 3, and numerous other committees. William O'Neill, recycling committee. And in our thoughts and remembrances, we hold those for the victims of COVID-19 pandemic, their families, and remember our healthcare workers and first responders who are placing themselves at risk for us every day. Please, a brief moment of silence. Thank you. I'll continue talking for a few minutes and explain things, and we'll get the meeting started. For complimentary resolutions, HCAM, for the audio, web, and visual services, Zach Gorman, Jenna Gagney, Dylan Carroll Brown, Cleve Tobin, and the whole crew over there. The Town Finance Committee for hearing and weighing in on all of the financial articles, and you'll be hearing from them tonight. And a special, very special thanks for this meeting to our new Assistant Town Administrator, Emily Martin, and HCAM Executive Director, Zach Gorman, and his team, who put together this virtual meeting in literally, I think, 2 weeks' time. And we've got 100 attendees right now, 26 panelists. This is great. So welcome, General Rose. You may recall from previous meetings, the bylaw from 1872 that requires the owner of the first cell phone to ring during town meeting to buy pizza. It's still in place, but it's really not applicable here because we're online. But we did find an amendment from 1873 regarding virtual meetings on Zoom. The first person who forgets to mute themselves while having a personal conversation during the virtual meeting will be responsible for the pizza. So that's just a little amendment there and a little incentive. But please be responsible with your mute buttons when you're unmuted. The whole town is watching. I do note that we are being recorded here. Be patient with us. This is a new thing for all of us. It'll take a little time to get used to. The dry runs went well. I think this will work, and we'll have a good special town meeting tonight and keep everybody safe. If you're a town meeting member and you're watching on the web and you haven't been able to join in or register, check your email, your spam box, check the website. If you have registered for the meeting, you've got an email with a unique ID code. Make sure you've downloaded the Zoom client. You need us to vote. You make sure you created your Zoom account. Looks like we've got a good body here, so I think we're all set, but read the instructions on the web. And there's also a phone number for HCAM for technical support if you need it. There are some limitations using Zoom webinar for this. Unfortunately, we can't put people's faces up on the screen for the whole body. There's over 100 people here, or the list of names. If we have to do this again, we'll take a look at the product for that. Everybody's got their real names pretty much put up here. I see 1 or 2 phone numbers that we'll have to deal with. Try to prevent unneeded background noise, as we said with the earlier town meeting rule. And if a major technology glitch or security issues, if you have security issues, then we will call a meeting off and we'll rejoin after a brief wait. Zach does inform me for folks that are watching on the camera that the registration is now, officially closed, and we have met a quorum. So how to work this darn thing? Down at the bottom of your screen, there's a couple of buttons. There's a hand, and there's a Q&A. In this context, you'll click the hand and raise your hand if you're requesting to speak on an article. You'll be called in the order of your raise your hands, and you receive a dialog box asking you to unmute. Once you're unmuted, state your name and precinct so everybody knows who you are. Use this button or this hand icon when you want to make a motion to speak on an article, or if you want to call to move the question. We will mute you after you're done. Because this is audio, we can't see when you're done and get a good feel. If you're speaking an article, kind of give a cue to the HCAM team and say, hey, thank you, or unfinished, or something like that. And they can put you on mute and we'll move to the next person. The Q&A box will be very limited in use. We will not be answering questions in here. We will be using it for folks who are seconding a motion. So if you're seconding a motion that's been made, type the word second in the Q&A box. If you wish to rise to a point of order or a question or privilege, these are things that such a point of order is something like the current speaker isn't entitled to talk or something like that. Put that in the Q&A. These should be interrupts only. Do not put in move the question or motions in that box at that time. It's not used to gain the floor for that. If we have any ad hoc motions, we may use the Q&A to actually show that. When we go to vote, you'll see a message box that will appear with a yes or no in the answer and the question. You'll have 30 seconds or so. We'll watch and see how many people voted in until the votes are taken. And after the vote, the results will be shared. And I'm sorry going through all of this for some people that are familiar with it, but it's on the sheet here. All registered voters and town meeting members may speak on articles. Raise your hand, wait to be acknowledged. Again, state your name and precinct and address if you're not at a town meeting. We do have several people who are pre-registered to speak on articles. We will call on them with priority. Same thing, procedural motions, point of order, raise your hand. Keep germane to the motion or article being considered within the corners of the article. Again, no cross-examination, a direct question and answer is allowed. We don't have the ability to do a lot of the normal informational questions and answers in this forum, but we'll try the best we can. Do not engage in personalities. In other words, no names or references in first or second person. If you do so, you'll be warned, and then you'll be asked to take your seat, and then you may be removed from the meeting. Speakers speak at the discretion and the permission of the moderator. The motions will be made and seconded, and the FinCom will provide recommendations. The debate will follow. The motions that we have pre-submitted or in writing by town bylaw, we will be able to only take a limited number of small procedural motions during the meeting. I'm going to, right now, the state law that allows us to conduct a virtual meeting has some requirements. And the first requirement is that the town meeting vote to conduct the meeting virtually. Could I ask Jenna, do you have the motion that I sent to allow the town meeting to conduct business meeting virtually? Do you have that slide for that, or should I just read it? Jenna Cabral? Okay, so we're going to do a vote here, and this will actually, you'll see how the voting system is going to work. Shall the town meeting commence business at the town meeting remotely? Whoops, we lost your screen there. Here we go. Shall the town meeting commence business at the town meeting remotely by means of the chosen video or teleconferencing platform? So a yes vote on this means we will continue with the virtual meeting. A no vote means that we will adjourn to the selectman selected alternate of the parking lot Saturday at 11 o'clock at the high school. Again, a yes vote means we continue tonight virtually. A no vote means we go to the parking lot Saturday. I'm going to bring the poll up on the screen now, and we'll vote on this. I'm going to launch the polling. Panelists will not be allowed to vote. If you're a town meeting member and you're a panelist, you need to actually log on with your identification. If you're calling on the phone, we'll go back and try to get you in a minute, but I think this is going to be a no-brainer. Let's try it. Okay, you should see the poll on your screen now. And when the voting is over, I'll display the end results and the tally. This is a simple majority vote to carry. And I'm just watching to see if new votes are still coming in. I do not see any. I'm going to end this poll now, and I'm going to share the results. I will ask HCAM to, we have Ellen Walsh on the phone, and we have a phone ending in 467 that cannot, that may need to do a voice vote. Could you unmute them and see what the results of their vote were? And also the Fabians, if one of the Fabians can't log in, what their vote might be. Okay, we do show that there are 81 in favor and 12 opposed to this motion. The motion does carry. Even with the other votes here, it would not change the results, I don't think. Jenna, are you doing the muting and unmuting? And I can't hear your audio. Okay, let me do this. Ellen, I'm going to allow you to talk. Would you like to cast your vote? I'm asking you to unmute.
Hi, Ellen Walsh here. I vote yes on that. And just going forward, I don't need to voice my vote every time if the margin is big enough.
Very good. I'll
so you
remember that.
do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the person whose phone number is calling on the phone and the phone number ends in 467, I'm going to allow you to talk. And please cast your vote, but also please give me your name.
Yeah, hi, this is Adam Fabian. I've been able to log on through my phone.
Okay, great. So we've got your name as Adam Fabian. How do you vote on the motion to hold virtual?
I vote no, this is a farce.
Okay. We have 82 in favor and 13 opposed. Okay, I'm going to lower all hands and everybody should be back to mute now. Except for, yeah, okay. So I'm going to stop sharing the results here. So we'll get the hang of this. Okay, the next vote will be in slide will be to allow a procedural vote to allow non-town meeting members to vote. And we'd like to ask folks to vote to allow non-residents to speak. William Smith, Chief of Police, Deputy Chief of Police Bill Marble Jr., Julie Hamilton, the Superintendent of Schools, Donald Colon, Library Director, Abby Myers, Health Agent, Patrick Harrion, Principal Assessor, Stephen Hook, Communications Director, Bethany Mosley, Town Accountant, Eric Erskine, Building Commissioner, Trish Logo, School Business Administrator, David DeLuca, Town Council, Jim O'Mara, Acting Town Administrator, Emily Martin, Assistant Town Administrator, and to speak on Article 25 zoning, Christopher Agostino, Attorney Mark Grabowski, Bishop Hashem, Frank Duggan, Scott W. Thornton, and finally, Ann Papagina from the school committee. I'm going to launch a poll here. All those in favor of allowing, I know that one or two names dropped off the bottom. I'm going to find the right poll here, and I'm going to launch a yes or no polling on this. And we'll begin the voting on that. We're in the polling now and sharing the results. And this is 83 in favor, 10 opposed. We would have Ms. Walsh is okay with not voting when there's a majority like this. Can we please unmute Mr. Fabian to see if he would like to vote on this? And Mr. Fabian, please vote and vote only.
Hello?
Hello, yes.
Yeah, no, I'm good, yes.
Okay, sounds good. We'll keep doing this with you so you have a chance to vote. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing the results at this point. I do see some hands raised here, but we're going to wait until we get into the articles. Let me just get to my next sheet here. And again, this will be a little rocky the first time we do this, but I think we'll get the hang of it pretty quick. Okay, and I've lost Adam somewhere along the line here. So Adam, if you're listening at home or you're on the other channel, we've lost your phone connection for some reason. I'm not sure what happened to that. So please dial back in again. Okay, and Ms. Highland says that she cannot see the polls, so how will she vote? If that's the case, then let me just add one more manual poll here. Okay, I guess we're getting ready to get into the regular town meeting right now. Selectman Lee, I believe you're reading for the motions for the article. So Article 1 is unpaid fiscal bills from the prior fiscal years. And this is to see if the town will vote to raise, appropriate, transfer of available funds, any or otherwise provide a sum of monies to be expended by the departments indicated in order to pay for the unpaid bills from the fiscal 2019 and 20 year, or take any other action. Would the FinCom would like to issue their recommendation now, or would you like to wait until after the main motion is made? Can we please unmute Patrick Duggan?
Jim, can you hear
Jim,
me?
this is
Yeah,
Patrick.
get you guys. Who's
Hold
wants
on,
to do it?
I'll do it, Jim, but can I suggest you leave me on mute, and I promise to be quiet?
Yeah, I think we're trying to click people on and off. We're learning too.
I'm on, Jim, I'm on, Peter Mahoney.
Oh, hi, Peter. Great, super. Which one of you wants to read the FinCom
I
recommendation?
got I'll do on Article 1, after the motion is read, then we'll give our,
Oh, okay, super. You want me to do that for the rest of the articles too? Wait for the main motion?
please.
Okay, super. As we'll go over to Selectman Lee, who will read the actual motion on the article number 1, and the actual motion is on the screen, printed in your warrants, and the motions are on the town website under town meeting topic, if you need to read them, you don't have them. And so is the FinCom recommendations. Chairman of Selectmen, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Lee, Article 1.
Article 1. I'm just trying to get this on my screen again. I lost it. Hold on one second. Yeah, I know that, but I thought it was on the screen. Okay, close that out for me. Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Chairman.
I move that the town transfer the sum of $10,775.48 from funding source already appropriated for fiscal year ending on June 30th, 2021, in order to provide for payment of unpaid bills for fiscal years 2019 and 2020 as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Moderator, FinCom recommends 8-0.
Motion has been made. The motion has been seconded by Mr. Costa in the question and answer channel. The motion is made in second. We'll now move to debate and discussion on the article. Is there somebody who would like to speak on the article from the town to tell us a little bit about what this is about? And then if any folks from the town meeting want to speak, any town meeting members want to speak on the article, or panelists, please raise your hand. We'll get to you in the order you've raised your hands.
So Mr. Moderator, the unpaid bills for Selectmen, American Arbitration Association, $325. It's legal bills from May 20th, and it's from Legal Professional Technical Services, which is 01-151-5200-5301, and that is from the Selectmen's office. Then we have the schools for the amount of $1,818 for tuition reimbursement for fall 2019 and spring of 2020. And that's tuition reimbursement teachers, and that's funding source is 01-3-2357-9-400-4-00-1. The next one is from the assessors for WB Mason in the amount of $686.19. Furniture, which was purchased in February of 2020, and that's coming out of the General expense assessors 01-141-5200-5400. Next is Public Works, National Grid, $384.30. And that's the energy for the schools, May and June bill. And that's coming from the general account 01-400-5200-5530, which is DPW. Next, we have Public Works, Nicole Lynch for $514 for plumbing and drain service. For the sewer account 65-440-5200-5200. And then fire department is Corvell Corp, Brockton Hospital, Signature Medical Group, in the amount of $39.68 for a prior year OJI bill for medical payments, and that is 01-220-5200-5304. Next is the treasurer, Commonwealth Unemployment Office, $6,489 for unemployment, and that's unemployment insurance 01-913-52.
Requires a 9/10 majority because these are bills from the last prior fiscal year. We'll launch the poll, and I will ask, once we're done with the poll, because we do have some callers. We have Miss Elaine Highland, Adam Fabian calling in on 467, and Ellen Walsh, who is also on the phone, to unmute those in sequence and record their votes as well. I'm launching the vote for those members that are enabled now. Please vote yes if you wish to pay these bills, no otherwise.
Doesn't allow me to vote.
Okay, I think just about all the votes are in. I'm going to share the results of the poll. Right now we have 99% We have 94 and 1 against. And could we go through that list of those three? And this will be the same for all of the articles, for most of the articles. Could you ask Elaine Highland? Elaine Highland, if you vote yes, please raise your hand. Elaine Highland votes yes. Please lower Elaine's hand. Please unmute Adam Fabian, phone 467. Adam would like to get your vote.
Yes.
Adam Fabian votes yes. Please mute Mr. Fabian and move on to Ellen Walsh, also on the phone. Ellen, how do you
I
vote?
vote yes. Yes.
You vote yes. So we have 93 to 1. Are there any panelists who are registered town meeting members who would like to vote?
Mr. Moderator, it's not allowing me to vote.
Okay, so you are a elected town meeting member as well?
I am.
How do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Any further votes? Hearing nothing. We have 94 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion on Article 1, it carries by more than a 9/10 majority. We'll move to Article number 2.
Mr. Moderator?
Let me just read the article here. This is supplemental appropriations, Article number 2, and that the town raise or appropriate a transfer available funds, the following sums to be added to the amount of the fiscal years under the following schedule. Mr. Lee, the floor is yours for the motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer the additional sum of $200,000.00 from free cash to reserve fund account 01-132-5200-5790 to supplement the original budget as voted at town meeting in June 2020.
Second.
On the motion by Mr. Lee,
Second.
we have a verbal second. Who was that seconding that?
It's Peter Mahoney.
Peter Mahoney is seconded. Mr. Mahoney, the Finance Committee recommendation, please.
Finance Committee recommends 8-0.
Finance Committee recommends 8-0. Mr. Lee, discussion on this article?
No, we're just waiting on it was free cash certification by FinCom proposal.
Okay, very good. I see 2 hands raised. Anybody else wishing to speak in the article should raise their hands. We'll call you in order. Can we, coming in order, I have Patrick Duggan.
Well, I was just going to speak on behalf of the FinCom that this is with the ongoing pandemic and issues and things that we had with the free cash being a healthy free cash budget, we thought it was prudent for the town to put $200,000 into reserve for the unexpected that may occur due to the COVID, due to just potential storms and all that stuff. We just felt there was a lot of uncertainty going on. Having this extra 200,000 gives a little cushion for the town.
Thank you, Mr. Duggan. I have a hand up from Eva Troseth.
This is not Eva. This is Leanna Green. I'm using the link. I never received my link to vote, and so if possible, I would like to vote by voice, just because working on getting me a link. They don't know why I didn't receive one. Check spam, all of that good stuff. So if possible, may I vote by voice? And I'm using the link under Eva, which is my neighbor who sent me her link, but I don't want to vote automatically because then that will be used as her vote.
Okay, so Eva is there as well and is she's going to vote using the poll. She can see the poll and vote, okay?
Yes.
And what was your name again?
Leanna, Leanna, and last name is Green, Green, precinct 3.
Precinct 3. Okay, and if town clerk can validate Leanna Green as precinct 3, I will add you to the voice vote list. And we'll call on you through
Yes.
Eva's accounts. Okay, and you are all set to go. Thank you. I see Susan Wright next with a hand up. We're just waiting for HCAM to send you the release. There you go.
Is that good? Did I do it right?
You're perfect. Look at that.
Okay. Okay. All I want to know is how do we know the $200,000 is coming from free cash? Like, how do we know if we don't have it yet?
No, we have it, Susan. That was when the warrant went out, but it's since been certified. It often happens when warrants go out, they're certified and the warrants are done, and then we don't have the exact cash amounts. We have the exact cash amounts, so it's all authorized. As long as any other cash amounts that are within this warrant have also been verified, relating to free cash. It's not a guess. It's already been certified.
Thank you, Susan. Any further questions? I see no more hands up. I'm going to launch the vote on article number 2. This is a simple majority vote. All those in favor voting yes, all those in favor vote no. Okay, looks like we've got all the votes registered here. We have 85 in favor, 9 opposed. And HCAM, let's go through the roster. Ms. Highland, Mr. Fabian on 467, Ellen Walsh, and Leanna Green. Under you his name.
Yes.
Adam Fabian, yes. Adam Fabian votes yes. Thank you, Adam. Ellen Walsh.
Votes yes.
Ellen Walsh votes yes. We're looking for Elaine Highland, and we want to unmute Eva Troseth to record Leanna Green's vote.
I changed the name to Leanna Green and I've unmuted her.
Okay.
Leanna Green votes no.
You vote no. Okay. And who else do we have left?
Miss Highland, she has to raise her hand or not though.
Okay. Ms. Highland, could you raise your hand if you're voting yes on this article? Elaine Highland has raised her hand signifying a yes vote. I have the vote here is 88 in favor, 9 opposed. The motion carries by a simple majority. We can lower all hands and we'll move to article number 3. I think Mike Sidga, could you open Mike Sidga's channel for a minute? He's from the FinCom and he may have a question here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Just a question to move this meeting along. If it's a majority vote and 80 or 90% of the people vote, and it's obviously a lopsided vote, yes or no, do we have to go through this routine of asking folks on the call to vote to move this along, or we're going to be here for 5 hours?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I want to make sure we count every vote, and I agree with your logic. But I think it's important that we have folks go in, and as we go through the meeting, I think we're going to find is HCAM just going to unmute those top 5, and we're going to go right through them really quickly. That's all. We'll speed it up. I understand your concern. I plan to complete this meeting tonight and sooner rather than later. So let's continue on and go with article number 3. It would be patently unfair to deny somebody the right to vote unless they specifically said they don't want to. Article number 3, reduce the fiscal 2021 tax levy. See if the town will transfer a certain amount from the FY20 free cash results, some to be applied to the reduction of the fiscal 2020 year tax levy to take any other action. Mr. Lee, motion on the article. We're on article number 3, yes.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer the sum of $300,000.00 from free cash, said sum to be applied to the reduction of the fiscal year 2021 tax levy.
Peter Mahoney, second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion on the article.
FinCom recommends 8-0.
Thank you for the FinCom recommendation.
You're welcome.
And do we have anyone that wishes to speak to the article from the Board of Selectmen, perhaps Mr. Lee?
So, Mr. Moderator, it's basically just to help reduce the tax levy for the fiscal year 2021.
Okay, very good. I see 2 hands raised. We would recognize Susan Wright first. Please wait for the prompt to unmute.
Susan has permission to unmute.
Susan is not unmuted yet.
Am I now?
There you are. Okay.
Okay. All right. I clicked it, but it didn't hear me. I'm not on against this at all, but I would like to know what amount is the free cash?
Okay, Susan, you
Because
are.
now we're at 500,000. This is great, but how much is the amount?
So I think your question is what's the total amount of free cash that's available?
Yes, thank you.
It was approximately, well, I don't have the exact figure to the penny, but we can go with 2,100,000, right around there, Susan. Sufficient.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wright. I have, she can go and mute Mr. Greeley, Charles Greeley.
I had the same question, so I'm all set. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Then we'll unmute Mr. Costa, Mr. Kevin Costa. I don't have any audio on Mr. Costa. Okay, he may have not unmuted or by speak. So is there any further discussions? Please
Hello?
raise your hand.
Hello, Mr. Moderator. Hello.
There you go. Okay, Mr. Costa.
Yeah, my thing switched from one screen to another screen. So how much after town meeting is done, how much will remain within free cash?
Hold on a second, Kevin. I'll get to that amount. I don't have it on the top of my head.
Well, yeah.
So I'm waiting. My L's will text me that amount.
Mr. Moderator, I'm fine with proceeding with the motion as long as we get the answer at some point tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costa.
I'll yell out 300,000, Kevin. Thank you. Remains after tonight's votes, assuming they all go the way we expect, or I expect.
Okay. Any further question, any further comment or discussion on article number 3? Hearing none, this is a simple majority. I'm going to launch the poll. All those in favor vote yes. All those opposed vote no. I am going to ask that while we're voting, I think that there's a little bit of background noise here that I'm trying to get rid of. I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from.
And I think their on poll was put up. I got asking you to vote for their virtual meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to cancel that. Ooh, my bad. This defaults to poll motion, yes or no. I'm sorry. I'm going to relaunch this again. Thank you. This is the correct vote screen. while we're waiting for the vote to come in, it's okay. Elaine Highland, Ellen Walsh, and Leanna Green, if you want to type in your vote into the Q&A screen, this will go faster, and then we just have Mr. Fabian. I'm going to end the polling.
I already did this, so I'm all set.
Okay, so we have 83 in favor, 5 against. Let me check Q&A. Ms. Highland votes yes for 84. Could we get Mr. Fabian unmuted? And Ms. Walsh?
I vote yes, and if my wife could just put the, response in the Q&A as well.
That would be perfectly fine. It'll save us some time.
That'll get me off the phone, so it'll be easier.
Okay, sounds great.
All right,
Okay,
thanks. Bye.
super, thank you. So we might want to make sure to add 1 to the quorum because Adam Fabian is still present, but he's not active on the phone. And let's see, did we get Ms. Walsh's vote? Hearing nothing from Ms. Walsh, the final tally is 86 in favor, 5 opposed. I'll stop sharing.
Yes.
Oh, you're on yes, okay. Do you have
Yeah,
access
and
to the?
my husband can put me in the Q&A as well.
Perfect. So that would be everybody in Q&A. We don't need to do this polling. And I'll read those votes out. Okay, so that's good. That's 86 in favor, 5 opposed. We'll stop sharing the results and we can start moving along at a little better pace here. Article 4, water retained earnings usage. See if the town will vote to transfer 179,000 from FY20 certified water retained earnings and set sum to be applied to the Water Enterprise Fund. FY21 appropriations are taking any of their action. Mr. Lee, your motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer $179,000.00 from fiscal year 20 certified water retained earnings to be a funding source for the fiscal year 21 Water Enterprise Funds appropriations.
A second.
Motion has been made and seconded. FinCom recommendation.
FinCom recommends 8-0.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, a little bit of background or color on this article.
Basically just moving it from, excuse me, from the certified water retained earnings into the new fiscal 21 Water Enterprise Funds.
Very good. Any debate on the article itself? I see Elizabeth Brady. Elizabeth, you should see a prompt to unmute yourself in a second or two, and you'll be able to do so. That. I see that you're still muted, Elizabeth. There's a little microphone icon in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. And we still don't have you unmuted. Peter, you may wish to mute yourself between meetings, between speakers, because we're getting a bit of background noise. Thank you. I still can't hear Ms. Brady. Ms. Brady, if you would like to, if you have a question or you'd like to speak, could you put it into the Q&A section for us and let us know what's going on? Otherwise, we'll assume your hand was raised in error.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Duggan.
Mr. Moderator, this is Superintendent Pelletieri.
Oh, hi, Chris. Go ahead.
I can speak to this a little bit. So the purpose of moving the funds from certified retained earnings to the operating budget is the earnings. There's not enough in the fund to get us through this year, so we're filling in the deficit with retained earnings.
Okay, very good. Seeing no further hands and no further discussion on the article, I will launch the voting. This is article number 4 that we're voting on. This is a simple majority vote. All those in favor vote yes. All those opposed to the motion vote no. Polling is in progress now. If folks want to type their responses, the folks that have been recognized to do so, type their votes into the Q&A. Go ahead and do so. Okay, we'll end the electronic voting and share the results here. We have 85 in favor. We have 8 opposed. And we have 1 in favor on the phone, making the total 86. From the folks that were voting on the phone in line, let me just see who else is coming in on Q&A. I have Elaine Highland is voting yes on Article 4. I see no other votes on Article 4, so I know we had, Adam and Ellen, and we also want to make sure we record Leanna Green's was going to type in there as well. If you wish to vote on this, do so within the next few seconds so we can record your vote. Otherwise, we'll move on. This looks like it's passed by a simple majority. Okay, seeing nothing, we'll record that as 86 in favor, 8 opposed. The motion on Article 4 carries. We will move now to the Article 5. And motion on Article 5 is transfer of balances and closed out capital projects to the Capital Stabilization Fund. And the article wants the town to transfer the remaining balances as outlined in the warrant. Closing capital projects is something to be added to capital stabilization in order to be utilized for future projects. And the total capital stabilization there was 47732. Mr. Lee, motion on Article number 5.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town transfer the remaining balances in closed out capital projects as indicated in the warrant, and that the sum of $4,777.32 be added to the capital stabilization in order to be utilized for future projects.
A second, Mr. Moderator, and FinCom recommends 8-0.
FinCom recommends 8-0, and we have a second. Any further discussion, please raise your hands. Seeing nothing, we'll move to a vote on the main motion. Remember, those who are voting via Q&A, the 4 or 5 names we have that have connection difficulties, please type your vote yes or no into the Q&A section, and we'll be recording from there. All others, the electronic voting is coming up in just a second here. Please enter your votes. We're still recording a few votes coming in. Okay, looks like it's stopped clicking. I'm gonna end the poll and share the results here. We have 91 for, 2 against. Elaine Highland votes yes on Article 5. I see no.
Jim, I think you muted yourself.
Oops, I don't know how I did that. Where did we lose me? So Article 5, the share polls also on the screen, it was 91-2. We have 1 yes on the phone, on the Q&A from Elaine Highland. I still don't see Adam Fabian's vote. I do see Laura Fabian raising her hand. Laura, you may have, can you allow Laura to talk and see if there's something with with
Yeah, hi,
Adams.
this is Adam, and I've been in the Q&A, I've said yes on 4 and yes on 5.
Okay, I don't see you here for some reason. Maybe that's getting lost. Okay, no, I see you at the top of the list instead of the bottom. All right, let me clear this. Kim, can we clear the Q&A list out now? I've got a yes for Adam on both of these under Laura Fabian's name. What I
Yeah,
want to
give
see
us
is
one
only the
second.
most recent.
Yeah, just give us a minute.
Yeah, and we'll try to keep this clear.
Yeah, so long as people are only using it for what it's needed for.
Yeah, we're going to use this for, these 4 or 5 folks that have electronic issues, and then for seconds and emotions.
It's not to be a chat function.
No, we won't respond to the chat. We'll just clear it out. So without Adam's vote there anyway, it's 93-2. The problem here in the chat is there's so many folks, there's so many messages in here, and it looks like they're in order of alphabetical order by name. Maybe that's why I can't see them in order. Do you know if there's a setting to put them in by time?
I will take a look at that function.
Yeah, I don't know if it's there or not. Okay, so anyway, 5 is gone, 93-2. Let's move on. The motion on article number 6. And just for a point of reference, we still have 99 active attendees in the meeting, our town meeting members, plus a few on the panelist side. So we have good attendance and we're moving forward, at not a bad pace. We're a little bit about an hour in, about 45 minutes of working, and we'll pick up the pace as we go along here. Article number 6, the appropriate from receipts from reserve for funds for appropriation and general road maintenance. Mr. Lee, motion on Article 6.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
while we're waiting for Chairman Lee to link back up, I can give a little background on this article.
Sure.
So this is ride share money that the town receives from the state. So they appropriate a certain amount of funds per ride share occurrences in our town. So this money's increased over the last few years. So in order for us to spend it, the town has to authorize us to spend it. So the purpose of this money is to be used for general road maintenance. We've been using similar funds for replacement of road signs around town. And this is going to be the similar case in this particular allotment.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, did you get my motion?
No, we weren't able to hear you.
Okay, so Mr. Moderator, I move the town transfer the remaining balance. No, that's the wrong article. I move that the town appropriate $4,839.30 from receipts reserved for appropriation account 26-400-2680-5961. Said amount allotted by the Commonwealth Transportation Infrastructure Fund to be transferred to the general fund to be used for general road maintenance. And I believe you just got the explanation from the Superintendent of Public Works.
Motion made.
Second, Mr. Moderator.
Motion has been seconded. FinCom recommendation.
FinCom approved, recommended 8-0.
Okay, any further discussion on article number 6? Chair recognizes Tiffany Sheehan.
Good evening. I just think that there was an error and the amount was read as $4,839.30 instead of $4,889.30.
Okay, so I have the print as 4,889.30 and the motion on the screen is 4,889.30. So I think it's just a human error there.
Thank you, Treasurer.
Any further discussion? Do we see any hands? I see the icon is showing me I have one hand, but I don't see any hands.
Mr. Moderator, it's Leanne Green. She has permission to talk.
Go ahead.
The term general road maintenance, does that include sidewalk creation, or is that just like fixing potholes and whatnot? I'm just curious, how far does this go for general maintenance?
DPW Chair Chris Pelletieri.
We have other funds that we use towards the potholes and all that. This money, we sort of just laid it out there as a general term. So if there's any money left over, it could be used for pothole repair. Because it's such a small dollar amount in comparison to the rest of the roads and sidewalks fund and our Chapter 90 grant money, we tend to just try to use this for smaller, more manageable projects like the replacement of the road signs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is a simple, I see no more hands. This is a simple majority vote. All those in favor vote yes. All those opposed vote no. Folks that have explicit permission to type their votes in the Q&A do so now. And let me relaunch the poll for the electronic. And you should be ready to vote now. Most of the votes are in. We'll end the poll, share the results. In the electronic, we have 86 in favor. We have 1 opposed. In the Q&A, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more yeses. So that is 91 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion Article 6 carries. I'm going to close this window here. And I'm going to close this window here, and we're going to move on to number 7. But Article number 7 is rescind vote to adopt the sewer bank. Chairman Lee.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town rescind the vote taken under Article 3 of the annual town meeting held on June 19, 2006, was provided for the creation of the sewer bank.
Mr. Moderator, a second, and FinCom recommends 8-0.
Second on the motion, FinCom recommends 8-0. Anyone want to speak on the article? Is it DPW or is this Selectman?
Superintendent Pelletier.
Mr. Moderator, so this sewer bank, there's no real function to it. There's no money in any account. Town accountant Mosley and I have searched our accounts in discussion with some of our consultants. There'll be a little bit of restructuring on how this gets changed in the future. But this particular sewer bank is no longer needed and pretty much ineffective at this point. So it's time to move on from it.
Sounds like my bank account. Okay, any further discussion? I don't see any hands. This is a simple majority vote. I am going to relaunch the poll. A yes vote will rescind the sewer bank as moved. A no vote will keep the sewer bank in place. Electronic vote is up and folks on the Q&A type in now. We're just waiting here for the votes to come to be tallied. Okay, it looks like we've got everything in that we're gonna get in. Oops, one more chicken in there. Okay, I'm gonna end the polling and share the results, and we'll also check. We have 85 in favor, 3 opposed, and I'm gonna check the Q&A to see who voted yes on 7. Again, please, when you're typing in your answer too, because we can't keep this clear as well, only type the article name that you're voting yes on. And if you cannot, for some electronic reason, use the electronic vote, let me know who you are, but we have a list of names of folks that are clear to vote in the Q&A. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses. So we'll add 4 yeses to the total, making it 89 in favor, 3 opposed for article number 7. I'll close the poll. And if we can clear the Q&A section. And we'll move on to article number 8, authorize borrowing for improvements to the public safety building exterior. There's some discussion about whether this is a no action article or not. Chairman Lee, before we get started, how do you have this motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town appropriate $396,000 to pay additional costs of making extraordinary repairs to the exterior of the public safety building, including but not limited to replacing the exterior siding, trim, and downspouts, which amount shall be expended in addition to the $543,000 previously appropriated for this project by the vote of the town under Article 12 of the warrant at the annual town meeting that was held on May 7, 2019, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow said amount under the pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7-1. The Board of Selectmen is authorized, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town. Therefore, any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premiums applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of cost approved by this vote in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Motion has been made.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. The FinCom recommendation. Mr. Mahoney.
FinCom had voted no action 8-0. We're understanding there was going to be no action on this.
So the FinCom recommendation is no action. Is that
Mr.
correct?
Moderator,
Mr. Duggan.
is it possible to amend the motion made by the Chairman Lee to no action?
You can't do motion that you could actually, there's a couple of ways forward. Who is the petitioner here on this? This comes from the fire chief?
Yes.
So is the intent here to move no action on this article from the fire chief, or do they still want this?
Chief McFadden is here right now. I'm going to speak with him briefly.
So normally a motion for no action is the first motion made, the primary motion. It's not allowed a subsidiary motion after the main motion's been made.
Yep.
Motion to postpone indefinitely, which requires a majority vote, would have the same effect at this point in time.
So at this time, we're going to refer it back to the fire chief. Make an amendment to refer it back to the fire chief.
Okay, so a motion to refer is also in order at this point. So you're making that motion. The motion has been made on Article 1, on Article 8, and you're making a second motion to refer this article for further study back to the fire chief.
That is correct, Mr. Moderator.
Is there a second on the motion to refer back to the fire chief
Second.
for further study? Motion has been made and second. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer back to the fire chief? Mr. Costa.
Mr. Moderator, just to clarify, so this is being referred back because in a future article on the same warrant, the need here will be funded, but it'll be funded instead of through borrowing, it'll be funded through free cash is my understanding. So that's why it's being referred back. It's going to be taken care of in a future article within this warrant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. I'm just going to check one procedural thing here on the motion to refer back. And I just want to clarify that it requires a, yes, it is a majority. So it's a legal motion. What we'll be voting on here, is there any further discussion on the motion to refer back? So refer back will not pass this article. A yes vote will not pass this article. It will simply refer it back to the fire chief for future study. They can bring it up later on. And no action, no affirmative action will be taken at this meeting regarding that. Is there any further discussion on the motion to refer it back to the fire chief? Seeing none, I'm going to open the polling up. All those in favor of referring to the fire chief, referring this article back to the fire chief for future study, vote yes. All those in favor of not referring it back, and then that wouldn't approve the article, it would just mean debate would continue on the article. And also please type in your Q&A if you have those. I'm just waiting for sufficient time to pass. Okay, I think the majority of votes are in. I'm going to share the results here. I have 70 in favor of referring, 18 opposed to referring, and let's see what we have in Q&A. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 more yeses. So this is 74 in favor of referring back to the fire chief. We have 18 opposed. The motion to refer back to the fire chief on Article 8 is carried. No affirmative action is taken on Article number 8. We'll move to Article number 9, authorize borrowing for public safety building interior. This is a similar article. FinCom and Chairman Lee, you can do a no action motion on this one. We can do the same thing as we did in last, or we can debate it as a full motion. If you move no action, there's no need to read the article. You just move no action. Mr. Lee?
Mr. Moderator, I move no action on Article 9.
Is there a second to the motion
Second.
for no action on Article 9?
Second.
Motion's made. FinCom recommendation.
8-0 for no action.
FinCom is reporting 8-0 in favor of no action. Motion for no action on Article 9. Is there any further discussion on the motion for no action? Please raise your hand to be recognized. Seeing none. I'm going to see what I have for polls here. Yeah, I'm going to use the same one. Remember, when I launch this poll, a yes vote means that we take no action. A no vote means we open up the floor to further motions on this article. So a yes vote means no action. I'm going to launch the electronic now and open the Q&A up for voting manually. We still have a few votes trickling in. Okay, I'm going to share the results of the vote. We have 80 in favor of taking no action, 11 opposed, and in the Q&A, remember to type in the article number into the Q&A that you're voting yes or no on. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses in the Q&A. We'll mark that vote as 84 in favor of taking no action on Article number 9, 11 opposed. The motion for no action carries on Article 9. We'll now move to Article 10, assistance to firefighters grant AFG town share. Chairman Lee.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $6,160, $60.05. Said sum to be used toward the applicant's share of the Town of Holbrook's 2019 Federal Fiscal Year Assistance to Firefighters Grant Award for the procurement of hydraulic rescue equipment and fire safety and survival training.
Mr. Moderator, second, and FinCom recommends 8-0.
Very good. Discussion on this article?
Mr. Moderator, this was submitted by the fire chief, and this was for Jaws of Life, and it was a grant through FEMA that the Board of Selectmen had accepted in 2019, and this is the Holbrook's share to the grant.
Any further discussion on article number 10? Please raise your hands. Seeing none. Oh, I have Mr. Greeley raising his hand.
Go ahead.
Mr. Greeley, I see you unmuted and your hand's raised, but your microphone is not working. Can you check your microphone settings?
Working now?
I hear you now.
Okay. Just how much was the grant for? Is this a 50-50 thing or 50% town, 50% grant?
Excuse me.
So it was, the grant was submitted with the intent of replacing one of the department's 8 set of hydraulic rescue tools, the Jaws of Life, and the required applicant contribution cost share was 5% of the project, which is a total of about 130,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion on the motion on article number 10? Chair recognize, well, I had one hand there and it went away. That's okay. Richard Stagnoni, the chair recognizes you. You should get a message on mute in a minute.
Oh, yeah, I just typed in a question about, is there any training required for using those Jaws of Life? Is that included?
Let's see if we can get that answered for you, Nick.
All the members are already trained on it, Mr. Stagnoni.
Anything further, Dick?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on Article 10, the motion on Article 10? Seeing nothing, we'll launch the poll and open the Q&A to manual voting. For those that are doing that, a yes vote will ratify the motion, and no vote will be against it. Okay, seeing most of the votes in, we'll end the polling and share the results. We have 89 in favor, 2 opposed, and counting in the Q&A, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 more yeses on 10s, giving a total of 93 in favor, 2 opposed. The motion carries by a simple majority. Article 11, we send the following outstanding debt as outlined in the warrant. Chairman Lee, would you like to make a motion?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town rescind funding in the amount of $585,000.00 authorized on May 1st, 1995 for a landfill project and $257,572.00 authorized on May 9, 2003 for water projects, as the funds can no longer be utilized for the originally voted purposes.
A second, Mr. Moderator, and FinCom recommends 8-0.
Thank you for the second. The FinCom recommends 8-0. Further discussion on the motion on Article 11, raise your hand. Just give a couple of seconds because sometimes it's a little slow. Okay, seeing no hands, this is a simple majority vote. All those in favor of the motion is read, vote yes. All those opposed, vote no. We will open the polling now and watch Q&A. Peter, you have a bit of background noise. You might want to mute yourself when you're not speaking.
Will do.
Turn the TV down, Peter.
Waiting for a few more votes to trickle in here. Okay, I'm going to end the polling now and share the results. We have, in the electronic, we have 88 in favor, 0 opposed. Checking Q&A, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. We have 92 in favor, 0 opposed. That motion on Article 11 carries unanimously. And we'll move on to Article number 12, Personnel Board Wage and Salary Adjustments. Chairman Lee.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town amend the town bylaw, Section 10, Salary Administration Plan, Article 3, Section 10.5G, Schedule B by 1, adding the following positions to the schedule: town meeting workers at minimum hourly wage rate, and then raising the minimum hourly rate on the following position: health agent, $36 per hour; special police officers, $22 per hour; public safety dispatchers, part-time, to $22 per hour. Number 3 is raising the maximum hourly rate on the following positions: laborer part-time to $25 per hour; COA coordinator to $25 per hour; assistant council and agent coordinator, $22 an hour; special police officers, $25 per hour; public safety dispatchers part-time, $25 per hour; plow drivers to $32 per hour. And 4, providing a 2% increase to the salary of hourly rate of the following positions for fiscal year 21, effective 7/1/20: veterans agent part-time, plumbing and gas inspector, wiring inspector, laborer part-time, principal clerk part-time, COA coordinator, assistant COA coordinator, van drivers, assistant building inspector, assistant plumbing and gas inspector, assistant wiring inspector, plow drivers, election wardens, and election clerks.
Motion has been made.
Second.
Motion has been made and second. FinCom recommendation.
PJ, can I get your assist?
Yes. I don't have it up, Pete. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'll get it from our source. I'd like to speak. Can I speak to this for a minute while I get the vote, Jim?
Sure.
Oh, here it is up now. It's not on that sheet we voted earlier tonight.
No.
Jim, just to know, we voted in the negative for this article, but 2-6.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Moderator, the Finance Committee recommendums that I have tonight, special town meeting, November 18, 2020. I don't know why it is wrong, but this article is 8-0 from FinCom.
Okay, so the FinCom recommendation is 8-0 for the article.
Hold on, can we reread? That may be incorrect. We have motion to take this at the end. We made a motion at our meeting, Danny, Mr. Moderator, to vote on this at town meeting. We discussed it at our meeting prior to this.
Okay.
And voted 2-6 to not recommend. I having conversations. I'll explain quickly because one of the ones I voted against it simply because raising the minimum wage on the 2 of the positions in this article are not correct. Is raising $36 to the health agent when the maximum is 37. And I think I don't have the second one in front of me because the article's not in front of me. I'm hearing, I think there might be an amendment on the floor to change that. If that is true, Mr. Moderator, then the FinCom would like to take 5 or 10 minutes after that amendment is voted, up or down, to possibly revote our recommendation. That makes sense?
Yeah, I think that sounds pretty fair. I think Mr. Costa's got his hand up and has an amendment to make, so we'll recognize Mr. Costa. And I don't know if the chat, the Q&A window is available to everybody on their screen.
Mr. Moderator, if I may.
Yeah, Mr. Costa.
I move to amend Article, the motion by striking item 2 in its entirety, raising the minimum hourly rate on the following positions: health agents to $36 per hour, special officers to $22 per hour, public safety dispatchers part-time to $22 per hour. And this amendment, well, I guess I have to have a second first before I can speak to it, right?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Costa.
Thank you. This amendment is just to remove the language about raising the minimums. It's not to affect anybody that would be getting an increase. It's just to not change the salary, the minimum on the salary schedule at this time. Minimums were set a couple of years ago, and it probably should be reviewed for all positions before we change the minimums. Again, it's not about any position or person that's in the position today, because the maximum is higher than this, and that allows the in the next article to fund those raises that would be voted. Thank you.
We'll throw it back to the FinCom.
Can just, Mr. Moderator, can you give us 5 minutes, please? We need to take a vote offline here. We're set up to do it. I'll get right back to you.
Very good. Okay, Kevin, I'm just typing in this. I want to get the FinCom to weigh in before we go any further. Well, the FinCom is actually working on their recommendation. This is a motion by Kevin Costa on Article 12. And his motion would remove Section 2 from the motion as printed in the town motion sheet. So, and that would remove the section of raising the minimum hourly rate on the following positions: a health agent. And you can see that on the screen, the special officers and special public safety dispatchers are move that line from the article. I do have that in writing here, so I've logged it in. I have a couple of people lined up to speak in this, so while we're waiting for the FinCom to come back, the chair would recognize Katie Goldrick first. And you should get a note to unmute and speak. Go ahead, Katie. Katie, I see you've unmuted yourself, but we cannot hear your audio. Check your microphone settings. And I still see you unmuted, but I don't see you. I don't see any audio. Make sure your microphone is working. You can type, okay? So Katie's typing in her comments. I'll read them out. I don't know if folks can see those comments or not. Katie's asking if she can type. And I think by the fact that she typed, can I type? We know that she can type. We just don't know fast. She would like clarification. This item is not to pay those 3 positions. Is that correct, Mr. Costa? Her question is clarifying this is not to pay these positions.
It should be the simple part, Mr. Moderator, is striking everything in Section 2.
Okay, so the question is, this is not to pay those 3 positions?
It's not to change the minimum. All this is doing is changing the minimum hourly rate that's on the schedule.
Okay, I think her concern is that if we strike this, that these people won't get paid.
This has nothing to do with funding. As long as they're within between the minimum and the maximum, the department heads have the ability to pay the amount that they feel is appropriate.
Mr. Moderator, the town accountant would like to speak on this very subject.
Yeah, we have a few people in line.
But she wants to explain the question that just came up as the person handling the rate. That's background. She wants to speak to the amendment and what would happen if the result of that.
Okay, we'll have, very good. Ms. We'll have Bethany Mosley unmuted.
Thank you, sir.
She's allowed to speak here, and then she can speak to that question in the article, and then we'll move on to any other questions. Ms. Mosley?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, so I just want to speak on this quickly. So if this portion of this article gets stricken, that means that these three positions stay at the rate that they are at currently. Our bylaws right now have no minimum set. We only have maximum set. And a lot of these maximums actually are also getting adjusted. So I think the intention is to not strike necessarily the section, but to change where it says raise the minimum and not have it say raise the minimum. Instead, it would say increase the rates for the following positions as noted for FY21. I think that was the intention. I think the word minimum is the incorrect part that people are getting stuck on. But if we strike this whole section, these individuals will not get raises at all. So I just wanted to clarify that because I don't think that's the intention. I think striking the word minimum and replacing it with raising FY21 salary to the following rates is what the intention of FinCom was as well.
Okay, so I have FinCom. Have you come back with a result yet? I'm still waiting for FinCom to come back with a result.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Costa.
So I have a question. So if we have the way I understand the salary plan is that there's a minimum and maximum, and department heads are allowed to pay within that minimum and maximum as they deem appropriate and as town meeting has provided funding for them to do so. So I'm not sure if the rate, as we're doing in section 3, for instance, the public safety dispatchers is moving to a maximum of $25. If in the next article we then fund at a base of $22 an hour, then the department head would have the ability to pay those employees at $22 an hour without having to raise the minimum, as an example.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Mahoney?
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
So I think that it wouldn't so much be the department heads, it would be the personnel board. And we usually do this yearly. So the intent is to keep it at the, without, having the maximum raise, because there was 1 or 2 positions, I believe, in there that if we had given an increase, it would have went above the maximum.
Okay, we're still waiting. Is the FinCom back yet with a recommendation on the motion to amend? Okay, we're still waiting for them. We'll just give a couple of minutes here for them to finish up and vote on their recommendation, deliberate and vote on their recommendation.
Sorry, Jim, I've been speaking. I said a lot of good things. You missed it. Mr. Moderator, I have one question. Pete, are you still on the line? Can you please provide your vote verbally for us? At this point, Mr. Curran, it's 4-3, so we're waiting for Mr. Pete's vote. 4-3 in approval for this article. And he's a yes as well.
So the FinCom recommendation on the motion, Mr. Costa's motion is 5-3. It's 5-3.
As I was also saying, Mr. Moderator, I'm a little confused at this point, so I want to make sure I clarify for other people. According to town account, we need to change, since there is a maximum of 37, whether the board of, as Mr. Lee just said, the board can set their rates as long as it's not at $37. So this minimum is not needed. However, the town accountant thinks the minimum is needed. I think I would need someone to clarify that for me, which is the best way to do this. As a town meeting member, not as a finance committee member.
Attorney DeLuca. Could you speak on this?
Attorney DeLucas, Town Council.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Lee. As I see it, there is a motion properly before the meeting to amend, and it's to strike that provision, leaving in place the salary as they are set currently. That's the motion before the meeting. That should be voted on first. If that is declined, then we move back to the main motion.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, Mr. Moderator.
That's correct. The motion on the floor is from Mr. Costa, and I will reread the motion that we're going to vote on. The motion on the floor from Mr. Costa is to strike the section 2 as printed in the motion sheet, which states raising the minimum hourly rate on the following positions: health agent to $36 per hour, special officers to $22 per hour, public safety dispatchers part-time to $22 an hour. And I think the key problem here is that this concern is about the minimum, saying the minimum rate. This is a motion to amend the main motion on Article 12. So if this motion carries, then we'll move to a vote on Article 12 with the section removed. If this motion does not pass by a simple majority, then we'll move to a vote on Article 12, the motion on Article 12 as printed.
Okay, so Mr. Moderator. So I just want to let the members know that the town accountant states that if this section gets if this gets striked out, then these positions do not get raises.
Okay, thank you. I have two hands up. Ms. Greeley.
Hi, Patricia Greeley, Precinct 2. I would like to advocate for keeping this the way that will allow our health agent to get a raise. She's been doing a really, really good job. And by doing some technical adjusting on this article, if that prevents that, I don't want to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Greeley. Ms. Goldrick.
Okay, I'm going to try this with my microphone.
You're good.
Thank you. I agree with Ms. Greeley, and I just want to clarify that these three positions, the public safety dispatchers, the amount of work that has happened in the past several months during this pandemic has been incredible, stressful, much anxiety, the special officers, and the health agent. These three particular positions have had more stress and responsibility put on them. And I think that it would be a disservice to have any salary, any potential salary increases not be allowed. And I think it's somewhat confusing as well. So my I would advocate for a no vote.
Thank you, Ms. Goldrick. Mr. Duggan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. A couple of quick points. I don't know. No vote would mean they wouldn't get the raise either, so I don't sure I go with that. I just want to clarify at least my point. The reason I have concern prior to the more understanding is that I don't want to set the health agent's minimum, because not for this agent here now. My concern with the minimum hourly rates is that we're changing the minimum hourly rates on this, not because that's what the position minimum should be, because that's what we want to pay the current health agent. That's two different things. This is not about whether the health agents, special officers, and public safety dispatchers should get a raise. I actually agree with that. I have no problem getting their raises. I understand how they work. But the problem is in the future, is that what would be the minimum to be? And this is not how we should be doing it. There's a problem with the way, in my opinion, this article is written. We're raising a minimum. I don't see how that gives them a raise.
Thank you, Mr. Duggan. I see Ms. Katie Goldrick has her hand raised again. We would, for purposes of time, when you speak on an article, speak on it, and then let's let other people have a chance to speak. So, Ms. Katie Goldrick.
Thank you. I just could I request clarification from the town accountant one last time so everyone understands fully?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Would it be possible for Bethany to come online and explain what's going on, what her take is on this?
Hi, everyone. So Chairman Lee is going to talk to our lawyer to figure out if, as long as the maximums that are set tonight pass, if the Board of Selectmen can do this piece of the vote on their own. I think the confusion here is that the language says to raise the minimum hourly rate, which probably is not the proper language. It probably should have said to raise the current rate for the following positions to as follows. So I don't know if it's possible just to wait a few minutes just to let our lawyer chime in on this. But if the Board of Selectmen can do this vote on their own, then striking it is not putting these raises at risk. It just means that it won't be handled tonight and the Board of Selectmen can take it up at their next meeting on their own.
Okay, we'll grant a couple of minutes here for the selectmen to confer with council. It shouldn't take more than a minute or two to figure it out. And just as a time check, I see we're a little past 9. We're about halfway through here on the article list. We are moving at a little better pace, except for this one. I would like to try to finish this warrant tonight so we don't have to meet a second night. And, so we appreciate if you can help us move along when we can, we will. We've got a few articles to go, and just looking at what's left here. And also, we just by way of count, we currently have 130 people online here, and 101 plus town meeting members here. So we're really running about the same as we do for a normal town meeting, and it's been worked out pretty well. I think we have sort of got a little bit over the technology hump, although this isn't optimal. We can't see people and, we're not all together. It seems to be getting us by. And with that, I see we've given a couple of minutes for town council to confer. Is there a result from that? Chairman Lee, is there a result from the conference with the town council? I'll give him a couple more minutes, then we'll vote.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Lee.
Okay, so at this time, we are going to move forward with the motion on the floor.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and launch the poll. This is a vote to remove section 2 from the motion on article number 12. And that section that will be removed says raising the minimum hourly rate on the following positions: health agent to 36 per hour, special officers to 22 per hour, public safety dispatchers part-time to $22 an hour. A yes vote will strike that section from the motion and we'll move to the main motion, and no vote will leave that section intact. We're beginning polling now. This is a simple majority amendment motion. Also, those who are voting by a Q&A should type their response in the Q&A. Whoever's saying vote no in the background has their mic open. You should put yourself on mute. Okay, I'm seeing the polling is finishing up here now. I'm going to end polling. I'm going to share the results. We have 55 in favor of the amendment, and the electronic 36 opposed. In Q&A, we have 3 responses, They're all in favor, making that a 58 to 36 in favor of the motion to amend. The motion to amend carries. We'll now move to the article as amended. Motion on Article 12. Does anybody need a rereading of the Article 12 as amended, or do you have that motion in hand? Raise your hand if you want a rereading of this whole thing. I see 3 hands raised asking for a rereading. Chairman Lee, could you reread your motion as amended with the section 2 stricken? And then lower the hands of all of those who wanted to reread. We did see, I had 4 or 5 people ask for a rereading.
Okay. Mr. Moderator, I move the town amend the town bylaw, section 10, salary administration plan, article 3, section 10.5G, schedule B, by adding the following positions to the schedule. Town meeting workers at mass minimum hourly wage rate. Number 2, striking raising the minimum hourly rate on the following positions: health agent to $36 per hour, special officers to $22 per hour, public safety dispatchers to $22 per hour. And number 3, raising the maximum hourly rate on the following positions: labor part-time $25 per hour, COA coordinator $25 per hour, assistant COA coordinator $22 per hour, special officers $25 per hour, public safety dispatchers part-time $25 per hour, plow drivers $32 per hour, and then providing a 2% increase in the salary of hourly rate of the following positions for fiscal year 21 effective July 1st, 20. Veterans agent part-time, plumbing and gas inspector, wire inspector, labor part-time, principal clerk, COA coordinator, assistant COA coordinator, van driver, assistant building inspector, assistant plumbing and gas inspector, assistant wiring inspector, plow drivers, election wardens, and election clerks.
That is the main motion. We've reread the main motion. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? I see Teresa McHugh has her hand raised. Teresa, do you want to have, Terry, do you want to discuss anything further on the article?
No, I'm good, Jim.
Okay,
I'm
thank
good.
you. We'll lower Terry's hand. And Patrick, same thing.
I'd like to speak if I have a moment, Jim.
Go ahead.
I just want to know if we can get an answer to the question that was posed. I believe it was by the Board of Health regarding the raises for them, if it could be done later, or by Bethany. Those question was posed, and we didn't get an answer to that. We was just gone to the vote, if possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's no requirement anybody answers the questions.
I understand. Just want to pose it again then.
What was the question?
Do you want it? We'll try to get it answered if we can.
I believe the question was if this is voted out, is it possible for the Board of Selectmen at one of their upcoming meetings as the Personnel Board, Danny, to vote in these changes to the salary for the health agents, special officers, and public safety dispatchers so they can get their increase? That was the intention of this article.
Yes, I believe that at the next Board of Selectmen meeting, we will be taking that up.
Great, so that's good news. My opinion, that's good news. Thank you, Danny.
You're welcome.
And we do have somebody with a asking that the slide with the information be displayed. I think that is being displayed. Ms. Goldrick?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just have one single question. And if the Board of Selectmen were to take a vote at the next meeting, would that be retroactive pay?
I believe it would be the same as all the other people that on the schedule, going back to 7/1/20.
Mr. Costa? Mr. Costa had his hand raised, but I don't see it anymore, so we assume he's all set. Any further discussion on the motion on Article 12? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. A yes vote will authorize Article 12 as read and as amended with the missing section 2. A no vote will not approve Article 12 as amended. Let me get the polling going here, and folks who are typing in, go ahead and do so now. I'm sorry, this is Article 12, yeah. Just waiting for a few more votes to come in. And we'll just about to end the poll here now and count the votes up. Ending the poll and sharing the results. And checking a Q&A. We have 71 in favor. We have 71 in favor. We have 23 opposed. And let's just check in the Q&A. Adam Fabian is yes on 12. Ellen is yes, that's 2 in favor. 2 yes on 12, yes on 12, yes on 12, yes on 12, 3, 4 on yes, more yeses on 12. So that makes our total come up to be 75 to 23 in favor. Motion on Article 12 carries. Article 13 to fund the adjustments to the wage and salary plan. Chairman Lee.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $13,066. Said sum to provide pay raise and pay adjustments, new position, and any other benefits resulting from amendments to the salary administration plan, and to authorize the town accountant to allocate such payments and the transfer of any portion of said sum to any department budget where it may be required for payment of the aforesaid.
Second,
Motion's been made and seconded. The FinCom recommendation.
FinCom recommends 5-2.
Thank you. Could I also ask that Patrick and Peter, when you're not speaking, that you mute your own microphones personally? We're getting a lot of background noise from the side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Discussion on motion on Article 13. I see Mr. Costa. I'm still getting background noise here too. So if there's somebody on the panelist that's unmuted, please check your microphone. Mute yourself when you're not speaking, please.
Mr. Moderator, by fully funding this this article as presented, this would provide the funds which is going to allow the Board of Selectmen at their next scheduled meeting to implement the pay raises as they deem fit, as long as it's between the minimum and the maximum as stated on the salary administration plan. So this does exactly what we want, where it seems like the majority want, or those that have commented about increasing the pay for the dispatchers and the health agents, so on and so forth, and all other positions that were listed there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. The chair recognizes Mike Sidga.
Thank you very much. Mike Sigda, Precinct 2, FinCom. I think the dissent on the FinCom board may largely be a result of some of the large increases. You'll see one at 13% and another at 11%. And we do understand and acknowledge that sometimes there are market dislocations where we are behind what the market may be. And the ask is that we try to catch up to the market in reasonable incremental chunks, as opposed to double-digit increases on a year-over-year basis. We do go through this wage and salary schedule update every single year. So to fall behind so far, so fast is not acceptable. And that's why you'll see dissent on some of these large increases. Thank you. Back to you, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Sidga. Any further discussion on the motion on Article 13? Seeing no hands, we'll move to a vote on the motion on Article 13. A yes vote will approve the motion. A no vote will not approve the motion. This is a simple majority vote. Polling is coming up now, and all of those who are typing into the Q&A, please do so. We're just about done here. Let's see, one more coming in there. And I'm going to end the polling now, share the results. There are 80 in favor, 15 opposed. And the Q&A type-ins on Article 13, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. This is 84 in favor, 15 opposed. The motion carries. Article 14, salary increase for the town clerk. Mr. Lee,
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve the sum of $1,535.00 for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021 to provide a pay increase for the elected town clerk. Said funds to be added to the department budget under town clerk salary 01-161-5100-5112.
Mr. Moderator, second, and FinCom recommends 8-0.
any further discussion on the motion on Article 14?
Mr. Moderator, I hate to be this person, but it was approved 7-0. Someone recused themselves from the vote on this particular article. Just want that
Okay,
to be
that's
reflected.
the Patrick Duggan from the Finance Committee.
It was 7-0. Someone recused. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Susan Wright.
I'm just wondering, where is this money coming from again?
Chairman Lee, can you help answer what the funding source is for this?
The funding source would be from the general fund.
So it's not a transfer. Any further questions, comments, or debate on Article number 14, the motion on Article 14? Seeing no hands, this is a simple majority vote. Electronic polling is starting in a second here. Vote yes if you're in favor, vote no if you're opposed. Please enter your Q&A if you're a Q&A user. Just wait a few more seconds here to get the rest of the votes in. Looks like we got them all. I'm going to end polling and sharing the results. I have 4 yeses in the Q&A. I have 78 yeses in favor in the electronic poll, 13 opposed. The motion carries by a majority of 82 to 13. We'll move to Article 15, salary increase for the treasurer collector. Mr. Lee.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve the sum of, Article 15.
Article 15, salary increase treasurer collector.
Correct. I move the town approve the sum of $3,837.00 for fiscal year ending on June 30th, 2021 to provide a pay raise increase for the elected town treasurer collector. Said funds to be added to the department budget under the treasurer collector's salary 01-145-5100-5112.
Mr. Moderator, second, and Mr.
Motion
Moderator.
made second. Mr. Mahoney from the Finance Committee. You can't see your name, so. Good.
Finance Committee votes 8-0 against.
So you have 8-0 against as a FinCom recommendation on this motion on Article 15.
That is correct.
Anybody who wishes to speak on the article, I see Mr. Costa, Kevin Costa.
Mr. Moderator, just to clarify, this is the same as the last article. I believe the funding source, although it's not listed here, would be from raise and appropriate of the general fund. It's just important as you try to close up the books where the money did come from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Chair recognizes Tiffany Sheehan.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Chair recognizes, oops, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. The average salary of a treasurer collector in Norfolk County is $104,673.84. The average salary in surrounding communities, excluding the larger cities of Brockton and Quincy, is $102,300 $26.70. The average salary in municipalities with a population size of 10,000 to 15,000 is $86,817.83. This average includes municipalities in Western Massachusetts where the cost of living is lower. Even with the minimal increase, the salary will be significantly less than the average in Norfolk County and the surrounding communities. The salary for the position has not been increased since 2019. Historically, the increase would have been requested earlier in the year, but the request was intentionally delayed due to COVID-19. Despite COVID-19, collection rates have remained stable. Tax title collections increased 1,633% in the first quarter of fiscal year 2021 compared to the first quarter of 2020. From July 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2020, we have collected $96,095.09 in tax title revenue compared to $5,543.53 collected during the same period last year. As of 11/12/20, we have surpassed the total collected in all of fiscal year 20 by over 16,000. And here you will see a letter of support from our HR consultant, Mary Beth Bernard, who consults with municipalities throughout the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Ms. Sheehan. Is that it?
Yes.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Patrick Duggan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a few points I'd like to make on this subject. First of all, we did not meet with the treasurer before this to discuss this. This is the first time I'm seeing any of this information as a member of the Finance Committee. So I don't know where these numbers are coming from. I'm sure they're correct, but I wasn't able to discuss them with the treasurer prior to this meeting. Second, the first quarter, I would like to know what the treasurer in her new role of something she's never done before did in those first 3 months to create this sudden windfall. Second, she's talking about the average salary. Well, as a new person, still undergoing training, hasn't been in the job even a year yet. I wouldn't expect you to get lower than the average. When you ran for this position, you knew and understood, the treasurer knew and understood what the rate was, what the position was, and that's what we voted for. I don't know if those other towns that were showed, and first of all, the ones in Norfolk and surrounding towns still had large. Braintree is still larger, Weymouth is, and all those also are still large towns. I don't know how long those town treasurer collectors have been in those positions. Are they brand new? Have they been there 20 years? So I don't know. There are other factors to be put into this discussion to ask for a 5% raise at this time after 4 or 5 months of work. It's nothing against Tiffany. She may be doing a wonderful job. I'm not saying that. My point is it's way too early to request a raise for a position you took in April, understanding the salary, than to say, well, everyone else is making more money than I am, which you knew at the time, and not having a sufficient enough of background in work, still with training consultants in there to get the position up to where it needs to be. So I just don't think this is the right time for this type of raise.
Thank you, Mr. Duggan. Before I recognize Tiffany Sheen, who wishes to speak again, this is not a back and forth tit for tat kind of debate. Stick to the facts, leave the personalities out of it, talk about the facts of the article itself, and those are the rules. Patrick, you're pretty close to the line there, and I don't know.
I would just, Mr. Ryder, I can 100% disagree with that comment, but thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, again, we want to keep the meeting moving and just be careful. That's why I didn't stop you in the middle, because I thought you were close but not over. Ms. Sheehan, you have the floor with that caution.
Yes, I just wanted to state that in the town meetings I've been a part of, the Finance Committee has always maintained that an increase is about the position and not about the individual.
Thank you, Ms. Sheehan. Are there any further comments or discussions on the motion on Article 15? Mr. Duggan, you have the floor again with the same caution.
I agree with that comment, but as always, we did raise positions, but at the same time, then the new positions knew we wouldn't raise it, whether it's you or anybody else. I'm talking about the treasurer collector position, not you specifically. It's a new position with a new person in it. That's the starting rate, which whoever's going to run for, that's what we set. And to raise it now, I think would be inappropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Duggan. Chair recognizes Daniel Moriarty III.
I agree with PJ. The person running for the position knew what the salary is to start with, and being in such a short period of time, requesting a raise seems to be I don't believe the right thing. And in the past, the two elected positions, the town clerk and the treasurer, we usually try to keep those salary bumps to be the same. And we just did the town clerk at 2%. If we were to do something, I think a 2% raise would be in line instead of a 5% raise. But the person running for the treasurer's position knew the salary. She's been there less than 6 months. I don't think it's an appropriate time to ask for a raise.
Thank you, Mr. Moriarty. Any further discussion on the motion on Article 15? Seeing no hands, I see one hand. Chair recognizes somebody. Chair recognizes Patricia Greeley.
Hi, Patricia Greeley here. I would just still like to vote in favor of this motion because I remember a few meetings ago, actually at 2 different meetings, where some of the gentlemen that are here tonight spoke in favor of us increasing the salary of this position because it was grossly underfunded, and if we wanted to attract and keep good talent, we needed to be competitive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Greeley. The chair recognizes Richard Stagnoni.
Oh, okay. Yes, 2 things. The last gentleman who spoke made a good point that we've kind of set a tradition, I believe, of maintaining the treasurer collector salary and the town clerk salary equivalent. And secondly, I agree with the FinCom that I think that whatever information was presented tonight by the treasurer collector, it's best to be brought to the FinCom first. I would not support this until we have a FinCom review of the request.
Thank you, Mrs. Stagnoni. Is there any other people that wish to speak on this article? I do see Patrick Duggan's hand up again. I wanted to make sure that if people have not had a chance to speak, they get that opportunity first. Mariella Pieria.
Hi, I'm new. This is my first town meeting as a voting member. And how much is the current salary? I must have missed that. I don't see that anywhere.
Is there someone that has that fact handy from the Board of Selectmen?
I have that information.
Could you please share that?
It's 76,700 and I think 40 cents to be exact.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes again for new voices, John McFadden.
Thank you. As other people have spoken earlier, the position was voted on for that salary. Sorry about the echo.
Thank you, John. I assume you don't have anything else. We have Leanna Green. Chair recognizes Leanna Green.
So it was noted that you try to keep the treasurer's salary and the town clerk's salary similar, almost the same. Is the town clerk currently making, I think it was the 76 or 77,000? Is that the current pay rate annually for the town clerk?
Could somebody make that answer that from the Board of Selectmen or from town clerk's office? Are they currently the same? The question is treasurer and town clerk currently the same rate? I don't have an answer for that. Maybe somebody can jump in when they do have an answer.
Sorry, Mr. Moderator, I was off the air for a moment.
I believe I see Beth Mosley. With
Yep. Hi, everyone. Yes, the treasurer collector and the town clerk currently make the same salary.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll move on from Ms. Green. I have John McFadden back again. John, have you resolved your technical difficulties
Yep.
with your echo?
Thank you. I was just trying to make the point that come May of this 2021, we'll be having an annual town meeting, and I think it'd be fair for the treasurer collector to go through this year with the salary that she ran on, and then go in front of the FinCom with the information she has to ask for consideration for the next following year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. Patrick, I'm still holding. I've got some new voices we're going to do
I'll wait
first.
to the end, Jim. That's fine. I understand.
Okay. I will go to Michael Fleming next.
I just wanted to agree with some of the comments here. I think the issue about salary was both salary, but also percent of increase. I think that was the key issue that was being discussed in previous town meetings. And at that time, the previous town treasurer collector's request for larger salary increases was voted down by the town meeting, but the percent increase was rendered as the same as some of the other employees in the town at a 2% or whatever. So I agree that it should be voted against it this time and have the treasurer present her argument after the FinCom has a chance to look at that and all the pertinent information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Chair recognizes Teresa McHugh.
Okay, I have a question. Is this position have a range to it, a minimum and a maximum, as some of the other positions in the personnel category that we discussed a little while ago?
Is there someone
No,
can leave?
I'm sorry, I jumped in, Jim. I apologize. It does not, because it's an elected position.
It's a fixed value. Okay, thank you. And Chair recognizes Katie Goldrick.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to say, if I could just advocate that I know that this position is grossly underfunded, and the prior treasurer also has provided information to the town in the past acknowledging this. And I wonder if we don't start paying this position what it is valued, not only for the work that is required and the work that has been done in the past few months, and whether it's in compared to other towns as well. I don't see us ever catching up if we don't capture this and acknowledge extremely great work that has been done, certainly over the past few months. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldrick. Chair recognizes Elizabeth Brady.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
We can hear you fine, thanks.
Awesome. I want to agree with what Katie said. I think that if we don't value this position at a reasonable rate, and especially given the work that Tiffany has done in the past few months, then we run the risk of losing a great town treasurer. So, yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. Chair recognizes Patrick Duggan. This is the final speaker we have in line.
Thank you, Jim. I want to get to in regards to the raise, the amount of salary for this position and why it's low, as it's come up once or twice.
So Pat, I'm afraid we've lost your audio is breaking up very badly, Pat.
And he should be an appointed position. That's what we're saying about a lot of these other towns have appointed positions where you can go outside of Holbrook to find your talent. Our talent pool currently is only Holbrook. We're not allowed to negotiate salaries, anything. So that's why, just to be clear, when the FinCom talks about needing to raise the salary, all that stuff, is to get better talent, is talent outside, to raise that talent to possibly people outside the town, which we cannot do when it's a voted position.
Okay.
I'll
Thank you,
get back.
Patrick. We did have you break up with your audio in the middle, but I think we got the gist.
I'm sure you get the point. Yeah, it's an argument. I was just clarifying what we were saying. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, great. Chair recognizes Teresa McHugh. Terry, you should get a dialogue in a minute. There you go.
Unmute would be helpful. I just think that because we have such a limited talent pool, that we are, yes, we're maybe undervaluing the position, but we historically do that in this town, and I think maybe to agree with Patrick, that it's time to change it. But to actually make the current position equal with, say, the town clerk, we're not taking into consideration the years of experience. And in business, that has to be worth something. And so if you say, okay, this person should be $100,000 for 6 months of experience, and then we've got a town clerk that's got that many more years, then where does that leave that person? So I think we need to really take a look at the whole position in the future.
Thank you, Terry. I don't see any further hands to debate on the article, so we'll move to a vote. I see Michael Fleming. No, Michael Fleming, I don't in and out there. I think that's just from his prior speaking. We'll move to a vote. A majority vote will approve the motion as made by Mr. Lee and is printed on the screen. This will be approving the pay raise. And a no vote would not approve this. I'm going to start the electronic polling now, and we'll also look for poll results in the Q&A. We're just tallying up the results now. I have one answer in the Q&A only. I have 3 no's in the Q&A. It looks like the votes have stopped coming in. I'm going to end polling and share the results. We have 36 in favor, 58 plus 3 is 61 opposed. Motion on Article 15 does not carry. This will be Article 16, capital improvements. Chairman Lee for the motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer the sum of $565,000.00 from the Capital Stabilization Fund 20-123-2020-5963 to be deposited into the town's capital fund for the purpose of funding the public safety building renovation, interior project, and the public safety building renovation exterior project as recommended in the fiscal 21 amended capital improvement planning committee schedule.
Mr. Moderator, a second.
Motion's been made and seconded. FinCom report.
FinCom recommends 8-0.
Thank you. Any discussion on this article from the selectmen?
Mr. Moderator, this is from Article 8 and 9 that we seen previously that we took no action on, and this is being now funded through the Capital Improvement Committee.
Thank you. Further discussion. Chair recognizes Kevin Costa.
Mr. Moderator, and just sort of a point of information. So the articles drive motions, but when articles have values to them, this article was written as $69,000, and normally an increase this significant would probably be outside the bounds according to council. However, it's on the edge, and the fact that the topic was discussed or presented as an article for 8 and 9, the fact that we are now taking it under Article 16 keeps it within the purview. So I just want to make sure that for future town meetings, if we're presented with a article that is, you know, a $69,000 article and the value of the motion is 9 times what the article is, it probably would not be presented or be allowed to go forward as being a proper motion. But this is an exception to that rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. Any further discussion on the motion on article number 16? Motion is displayed on the screen. Patrick Duggan.
Just to clarify that the finance committee felt using free cash, which I think it comes up after this article, I can't remember, I apologize, to fund this article rather than going to borrowing or to levying more tax on the town. We felt having the free cash gave us an opportunity to fund these 2 projects rather than levying an additional tax or decreasing borrowing for the town. That's the point of this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duggan. Seeing no further hands, we'll move to a vote on the motion on article. Ups, Charles Greeley. Mr. Chair recognizes Charles Greeley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I guess my big question was why in article, we're referring back to Article 8. Why are we adding $396,000 to the original $543,000 that was appropriated for the exterior project?
Thank you, Mr. Greeley. I'm not sure, is there Chairman Lee or Patrick Duggan, would you like to try to answer that?
I can speak to the funding aspects, which I think Mr. Greeley wants to know why we're adding additional money to a project that was already there. I think that's his question. We're just taking the source of the money using free cash, as I mentioned. Why there's additional money needed, which I think is his question. I think that would be to Chief McFadden or Chairman Lee.
Yeah, if you could give me a second.
Chairman Lee.
Mr. Moderator?
Chief Smith. Chief of Police William Smith.
I can answer that question. When we originally did the project, we didn't have an architect. We didn't really know what we were doing. When we had the architect come on board, we discovered that we had taken out way too little money. So we had to put it up for bid, and the bids will be finalized probably within the next week. So the original amount was not enough to cover the roof, the siding, the gutters, downspouts, and the inside, it's the locks, the phones, and the cameras. So the original amount was insufficient. We didn't have enough knowledge about construction to formulate a great plan.
Okay, sounds like one of my projects, I guess, around the house here. Is there any further discussion on the motion on Article 16? Chair recognizes Leanna Green.
So when you say you didn't have enough to fund the original amount, so then was work started and then you completed as much work as could be done, and now you're requesting additional money, or has nothing been done and you're asking for the additional money prior to starting any of the work?
Mr. Moderator?
Chief Smith.
None of the work has started. We have put the project out to bid. Waiting for the bids to be finalized. We did not go ahead with anything until we had the funding.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion on Article 16? Seeing no hands, this is a simple majority vote. All those in favor, I'm going to relaunch the poll now. Vote yes. All those opposed, vote no. If you are voting, the 4 or 5 people are voting on the Q&A, please do so now. Looks like all the votes are in. I have 3 yeses in the Q&A section. And 67 yeses here. That means 70 are in favor, 20 are unopposed. Motion on Article 16 carries by a majority. So that was 70 to 21. Moving on to Article 17, stabilization and capital stabilization funds. Chairman Lee. Chairman Lee, do you have a motion on 17?
I do, sir. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer the sum of $1,013,141.00 from free cash. Said sum to be used to add $313,141.00 to the general stabilization fund and to add $700,000.00 to the capital stabilization fund as established in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 5B.
Mr. Moderator, second.
Motion is
And
made, seconded. FinCom recommendation.
FinCom recommends 8-0.
Okay, and is this this slide we're showing here for capital improvement planning report? I think this is related to the last article. Or is this related to this article 17? Okay, so we're back to the right slide again. Any further discussion on the motion on Article 17? Chair recognizes Patricia Greeley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you tell me, is that bucket truck the one we need for the 5-story buildings going in the end of Weymouth Street?
What bucket truck would that be?
In the printout that just came up on the screen, $95,000.
I don't think I don't think that slide was relevant to this particular motion.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I believe that's for fire alarms.
Mr. Moderator, that was removed off the schedule for this meeting.
Okay, so that was an incorrect slide. Is that correct, Mr. Pelletieri?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Greeley, your hand's down. Go
I
ahead,
was
Ms.
saying
Greeley.
thank you.
Okay. I was confused too, which isn't hard these days. Chair recognizes Patrick Duggan.
Sorry, Jim, I was anticipation. I thought I might be able to help with a question. I did not. I apologize.
Well, we got it. Thanks, though. All right, seeing no further hands, this is a simple majority vote. We'll begin voting now. Let me get a new one. Yes vote will approve the transfer. No vote. Whoops, I'm sorry. I'm going to relaunch this again. I clicked the button too soon. Okay, we're going live now, and then place your Q&As in there as well. Okay, it looks like the polling's done. I have 4 yeses in the 4 yeses in the Q&A. I have 73 yeses in the electronic and 14 opposed. Motion carries by a total of 77 to 14. Article 18, Other Post-Employment Benefits Liability Trust Fund. Chairman Lee. Chairman Lee, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I apologize. I was muted. Mr. Moderator, I move the town transfer the sum of $350,000 from free cash. Said sum to be added to other post-employment benefits, OPEB liability trust fund, as established in accordance with the provision of Mass General Law, Chapter 32B, Section 20, said sum to provide a funding source for the underfunded actuarial, I can't even say that word right now, actuarial liability of retirees' health care and life insurance benefits, or take any other action thereon.
Mr. Moderator, second, and
Motion's
FinCom
made a second
recommends
FinCom recommendation.
8-0 in favor.
Thank you. Discussion on this article? Mr. Lee, do you have any comments?
No.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Catherine Tobolski.
That was an error. I apologize. I tried to put my hand down.
Okay, not a problem. Okay, any other comment or discussion on this? This is a simple majority vote for Article 18. I will start the poll now. And if you have a Q&A response, please type it in now. Okay, we're concluding electronic polling and sharing the results now. On the Q&A, we have 4 yes, we have 76 yes here for a total of 80 yes, 8 opposed. Motion on Article 18 carries. And I think we're on Article 19, compensated absence funds. Mr. Lee?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town transfer the sum of $100,000 from free cash, said sum to be added to the reserve fund for future compensated absences as established in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 13D, as amended, to provide for future payment to accrued liabilities for compensated absences due to any employee or full-time officer of the town upon retirement.
Mr. Moderator, second.
Second FinCom recommendation.
Recommends 8-0.
Further discussion on the motion on Article number 19. Seeing no hands. Article number 19 requires a majority vote. We'll start the polling and ask that you type in Q&A with your response. A yes vote will approve the motion as read. A no vote will not. Ending the polling now. Sharing the results. We have 75 yes in the electronic, 11 opposed, and we have 4 yes in the Q&A for a total of 79 in favor, 11 opposed. Motion on Article 19 carries. We'll move to the motion to Article number 20, Police Department Appropriation.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town raise and appropriate the sum of $103,000.00 for fiscal year ending on June 30th, 2021 to provide funding for hiring of 4 new police officers. Said funds to be added to the department's budget under police patrolman salaries 01-210-5100-5115.
Mr. Moderator, second.
FinCom.
And FinCom recommends 7-1.
Thank you. Is there anybody from town police department like to speak on this article?
Mr. Moderator, I have an outline from Chief Smith that FinCom had requested data, and also the Board of Selectmen when Chief Smith presented this to the Board of Selectmen early last year. And so basically what we have here is the requested data is projection of hiring 4 new officers, cost analysis over 5 years. The figures include health insurance at the highest premium, dental and life insurance. There is a projected 2% increase in all the figures each year. Column K is the actual cost increase to his budget. The officers would jump to P2 in the middle of fiscal year 24. The salary is calculated at a 32 weeks at a P1 and 20 weeks at a P2 in fiscal year 24. And a P1 and a P2 is Patrolman 1 and Patrolman 2. The salaries includes officers who have a bachelor's degree. So if they don't have a degree or they have an associate's degree, the cost will be lower. Also attached is overtime costs for fiscal 19, 20, and 21. Arrests have been down in 20 and 21 due to COVID as the courts are closed. And the courts are closed and courts in training. They will go back to normal once COVID-19 is no longer a concern. And his reasons for increased staffing is I have not changed my position regarding the adding additional officers and creating a position of a station officer. I have collected additional data on staffing in order to show that we are in a need of additional officers, which was presented to the Board of Selectmen on January 8, 2020. Every police department in the country report monthly to the FBI data called NIBRS. The data is actual incidents of crimes in their jurisdiction. Part 1 index violent crimes. At the end of each year, the FBI gathers all the data from the years and produces a uniform crime report. The items you're receiving, incidents of crimes reported 2018-19 will be out in mid-December, December of 20. The town of Holbrook had 371 reportable incidents of crime in 2018. This is part 1 index violent crimes, not calls for service, which is about 6,000 to 7,000 per year. Compared to other communities with larger populations, we are relatively high. Examples: town of Norton, population of 20,000, reportable incidents 75, staffing 34. Town of Marshfield, population 25,900, and reportable incidents 261, staffing 42. Town of Lakeville, population 11,500, reportable incidents 207, staffing 22. Town of Milton, 27,700, reportable incidents 135, staffing 57. Town of West Bridgewater, population 7,300, reportable incidents 207, staffing 27. Town of Plainville has a population of 9,200, reportable incidents 155, staffing 24. On the report, all the communities marked in red have a higher crime index than Holbrook. Those in the black are lower, which is the majority. And then he did include the crime index, and it is Holbrook's crime index is higher because where we are located, we are next to the communities with a high crime index. The criminal activity spills over into our community, causing us to experience a high level of crime. We are next to a city with a very large crime index. Then the next item is crime per 1,000 compared to staffing graph. It has two communities here with have a high crime rate per 1,000, is greater staffing than Holbrook and Rentham. Rentham is due largely to the shopping outlets. Holbrook's population will be increased in the future, as will the crime index. I believe that by increasing our staff, we'll be able to address area concerns instead of just chasing calls and going to the next one. By having the station officer He will be able to maintain presence on the road instead of having to return to the station constantly to deal with issues that arise every day. Example, restraining orders, booking of detainees, walkings, filling shifts, filling details, prisoner watch, paperwork entered into NCIC for stolen items, missing persons, vehicle located, etc. Medicals, child custody matters, persons in distress who run into the station. They have a lot of road rage incidents, domestics, child exchanges in the parking lot, and the list can go on forever. Police Chief Smith believes that policing has changed over the years and involves an abundance of work behind the scenes that needs to be dealt with on a daily basis. We shouldn't have to have an officer return to the station every 5 minutes, thus leaving only 2 officers on the road to handle everything. Having a station man who can handle all the necessary work at the station, who can also respond to calls needed when officers are tied up, is important to step in providing the best type of service to the community that the residents deserve and are entitled to. One last point, having a dark station is negative to all members of our community who rely on their public safety members 24/7, 365 days a year. Waiting for service at locked door is a disservice to all residents and visitors alike. The station needs to be manned for the simple reason that equipment, weapons, cruisers, and a wide array of other vital items are secured on that property, and basic needs of security of the building and these items must be maintained. And that is respectfully submitted by Chief William Smith.
I have recognized hands raised, Mike Sigda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. This is Mike Sigda, Precinct 2, FinCom. Figure I should share my thoughts since I was the one dissenting vote from FinCom on why I did not recommend Article 20. And it basically boils down to four reasons: the town meeting format tonight, the approach, the cost of Article 20, as well as some town demographics. This is a material expansion of the police department. We're increasing the officer count by about 20%. And the cost of the town is going to be in the hundreds of thousands for years to come. So this topic deserves a robust public deliberation, and I'm not really sure this format accommodates that. As you just saw, that presentation that Mr. Lee did from the chief is phenomenal information, and the townspeople should probably have a little bit more time than tonight to review it and make their own analysis. As far as the approach goes, the point is to keep officers on the street and not in the station doing paperwork. But the 4 new officers will not be on the road. They'll be in the station doing paperwork, unless of course needed for backup situations. And in my opinion, police officers are very skilled and highly trained resources, and resigning them to desk duty or backup support seems a little bit below their capabilities. As far as the cost, the current ask is for $100,000, $103,000 or so, but the cost is closer to $150,000 after you consider benefits. And that's only for this year, which will be over, or half over, I should say, in another month. Once we hit the full year, fiscal year 22, the cost is going to be nearly $400,000. That's after you consider salary, incentives, stipends, pensions, benefits, insurance, and the rest. By year 3 or 4, we're up to nearly $500,000 per year. Now, FinCom was hoping for an offset to some of these costs in the overtime budget, which is, I think it was $400,000 in 2019 and another $400,000 in FY20. But we're not going to get much of a reduction there. And then lastly is the town demographics that I pulled doing some research here. So in 2010, the town's population was about 10,800. And in 2020, it's a little over 11,000. So the town's growing over 10 years by a shade over 2%. And then I looked at violent crime and property crime over the last several years, from 2010 to 2018 or 19, whatever the last year was. And while violent crime is down 6 or 7% in the US, it's down 60% in Holbrook. And property crime in the same time frame, 2010 to 2018, was down about 30% in the US, maybe 40-something% in the state, and 60-something% in Holbrook. So while we have a very low population growth over the last 10 years, 2% over 10 years, and we're seeing violent crimes and property crimes decrease by 60+%, we're asking to increase the officer count by 20%, increase the cost to the town by 400,000 and 500,000 over the next few years. And all this in a very precarious economic time. So to me, the numbers shouldn't bear out and warrant a recommendation for Article 20. And with that, thank you. Back to you, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Sigda. I have next.
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Moderator?
Hold on a minute here. We'll recognize hands raised in order. I have Chief William Smith next with his hand raised.
Mr. Moderator, I've been in law enforcement in the town of Holbrook for 34 years. I don't know where Mr. Sigga got his figures.
Well, let's keep it, Mr. Smith, Chief Smith, keep it to the issues, not the person, please.
The uniform crime report, violent crime in 2018 was 21. That's violent crime. Violent crime in 2019 is 31. Back in the 70s, early 80s, our department had 24 officers. We lost those because of Proposition 2.5. Our call volume increases rapidly every year. As far as population growth, there's a lot of new building going on in town. It's going to grow a lot faster than the growth you described. And the reason I'm asking for it now, it takes me 1.5 years from the day I start hiring an officer to get him on the road. That's the hiring process, going through civil service, finding an academy, getting out of the academy, sending them through FTO. They don't even make a factor till 2022 sometime. So the more you put it off, the longer you put it off, you just keep pushing it off to the future. As far as hiring the station man, as I said, I have a lot of experience in law enforcement. The paperwork, the details that go on in the station has to be performed by somebody. So if we have 3 officers on the road, we got to call that person back to do the paperwork. Now you're leaving 2 officers on the road. That's not safe. Someone's going to get hurt. Something's going to happen. The job has to be done. So having a person in the station that can handle all these things and keeping the 3 officers on the road, and he has the ability to leave the station and go help them if they need help. If you look at the surrounding towns around us, all of them have a high crime volume, and they overspills into Holbrook all the time. So it's just, to me, like I said, I have 34 years experience doing this, and I know where we're headed in the future. It's going to get worse. It's not going to get any better. So I understand the cost of things. I do, but it takes so long to get someone hired and get him on the street. Putting off and doing. I went before the Board of Selectmen in January, did a whole presentation. I went before FinCom, did a whole presentation. It was brought up again. I did a second presentation. I just don't know what more I can do to get the information out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Smith. I appreciate you keeping to the topic too, as all of us should. Chair recognizes next in line, Amy Pierce.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to echo before, being able to view that data as a town meeting member before we vote on this would be beneficial. I did watch the Board of Select meetings. I did do as much as I could, but having that information directly from Chief Smith would have been beneficial, as well as having comparable towns such as Avon that has 3 high crime rate towns surrounding it, Brockton, Randolph, that we're using as our numbers, as well as Stoughton. What do their numbers look like as far as officers? Just more information so that I can make a better decision as a town meeting member would be beneficial.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Chair recognizes Paul Anastasio.
Well, yes, I'd like to just speak in support of this as far as all the statistics that Chief Smith was speaking about. We actually have to, like support the police, give them what we need, what they need. And like, the chief had stated, with only 2 officers on the road and, somebody is going to get hurt, something's going to happen, especially with today's current events. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anastasia. I have Kevin Costa next, followed by Chief Smith again. Mr. Costa.
Mr. Moderator, I rely heavily on the advice and recommendations of the Finance Committee, who's had time to review this, as well as the Board of Selectmen. I am disappointed or disheartened at the fact that we would not be seeing a reduction in overtime by adding 4 additional officers on. That's I would think that obviously they're not all there to fill overtime shifts, but to be able to supplement so that we don't see $400,000 and $500,000 overtime bills on an annual basis. I'd like to see that. The point about a dark station, this came up back when we were going to regional dispatch. And one of the huge benefits that was billed to us for regional dispatch was that we were going to get a firefighter on the road, and we were going to get a police officer on the road, because at that time we needed those people there for walk-ins that rang a bell, so somebody would be able to answer it. And by having regional dispatch located in our town, that was one of the benefits we would see. So to now go backwards and say that we need to have somebody there at all times to answer that bell, as opposed to because I'm sure there are times that it's needed, and I'm sure there's periods of time where it's just somebody wanting a form or basic information, where having the regional dispatch person there can answer that question. So that's all I have to say. I do support the Finance Committee recommendation because I support them. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Chief William Smith next.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. On a question about Avon and Stoughton, Avon did not report their incidents to NIBRS. Their population is 4.5 and their staffing is 19. Stoughton, population 28.7. Their reportable incidents are 963 and they have a staffing of 66. As far as the overtime, a big chunk of my overtime budget goes to training. In this day and age, training is very important. We're going through training right now. We're doing mental health first aid, which is a very important thing we're dealing with society. And the bulk of it goes to the training. That's why you're not going to see a big reduction in it. We have to train. We have to become proficient in everything we do. And people coming in the station are coming in more than just to ask for directions or get a piece of paper. They're coming in with domestic issues. They're coming in with missing kids. They're coming in, they're having all kinds of issues. They come in there, they're in distress. They come in, they want to talk to somebody. They don't want to sit there by a monitor and wait for someone to return. And as far as when we went before, the officers were on the road, we never had detectives before. Now we have 3 detectives. They do a fantastic job. About a month ago, they did a great job doing the drug raid down in Union Street. They're part of a task force. We're part of that task force. We wouldn't be able to prevent any of that stuff from happening in town. Believe me, there's a lot goes on behind the scenes that nobody knows about. It's not just the simple things you see. It's very complicated with all the paperwork and all the stuff that goes on a daily basis. Restraining orders come in 3 or 4 a day, and it's harassment orders. And to say that it's not needed, I just think people got to open their eyes up and realize that times have changed, and we need to be prepared for what's happening in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Smith. Chair recognizes Amy Avidable.
Hi, this is Amy Applicable from Precinct 3. I'm a new town meeting member. I appreciate all the information that's been shared by the chief. I think I'm seconding a sentiment from Amy Pierce from earlier, that it's the first time that I had seen some of this information. I would love more time to review it. I feel having some more data, some more information around the crime statistics, around the regions around us, and more of a deep dive into what those crime statistics are would help me make a better informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Chair recognizes Patrick Duggan.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Ryder. Just quickly, in regards to the last point, and I think Amy had mentioned earlier, that information the chief provided has been on the website, town website, for a couple of days, I believe. I'm not sure when it went on, but it's out there, so it was out there for people to read and review. I'm not sure it was easily found on the website, so I do give props to that. But maybe it's something to take away if we are going to provide data on the website to maybe for the town meeting, making it more readily known. I realize it was the last minute putting this town together, so I'm just making a suggestion. I want the town meeting members to know that it was on the website, and maybe for future town meetings as a place to go to look in advance of town meeting to get some of this information. Second point is I thanks Kevin for support, but also go along with his comment regarding that when the dispatch became reasonable, that was going to cover the office. However, due to the new dispatch building coming in, it had to be reconfigured, so the dispatchers and their role is no longer at the front of the building. I won't go deep. I think it's at the bottom of the building. It doesn't matter. So they no longer can cover the front door. It's more a practical thing as far as why the station will be dark at that time. Just want to clarify those two things. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. I have three people still in line here. I have John McFadden, followed by William Forty, and then Chief Smith again. Chair recognizes John McFadden.
Thank you, Jim. I agree with the article and I appreciate the FinCom supporting it. And I think the chief needs that money for his overtime because it's going to take him a while with the training and getting these folks actually on the road. So the overtime, leave it up to the chief to manage it. And my final thought on this is we've been very lucky in many respects with both the police department and the police chief in his role as the main person in charge. If you look around the country and the state, there's been a lot of violence out on the cities and towns out there, and would be pretty wise to be looking down the road to be prepared for it rather than not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. Chair recognizes William Forty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. William Forty, Precinct 3. I just want to say from a perspective of a town meeting body that we have a responsibility to our citizens to keep our citizens safe at all times. Nothing is more paramount than public safety. I don't even know why this is a question. There is no extravagance or waste at either the fire department or the police department. And something else to consider. When there's a major fire, the fire department has the ability to be able to call in under the mutual aid bill, call in several fire, several fire companies to help with a large blaze. The police don't have that same resource at their fingertips all the time. Now, I don't know about anybody else at this town meeting, but when I call the police, I want response, and I need their help. And, they have always been there. And I would just say that I'm extremely glad that we have a chief that's thinking about our public safety first. Nothing comes before public safety and protecting our citizens. So I am in favor of the petition and I vote that we move the question.
Okay.
Second the move.
There's a motion on the floor to move the question, which would terminate debate, although we do have speakers in line. Motion on the floor to move the question requires a 2/3 majority. And for new members to move the question means that we'll terminate debate on this particular article and on the motion on this article, and we will move to voting on the article without further debate. Let me just get a poll ready here. And check my quorum. I believe the previous question is 2/3 of a vote, is not debatable, it's not amendable. So this requires a 2/3 majority.
Mr. Moderator, you have a point of order on the Q&A.
What is your point of order, Mr. Costa? Could we unmute Kevin Costa?
Mr. Moderator, I do not believe under town meeting time that a person can ask to move the question after they speak on debate on an article.
Okay, well, let's see, that was William Forty. The chair again recognizes William Forty.
And Mr. Moderator, there's nobody asking questions. I think we can just move the main motion at this point.
We did have people in line. We had,
Can I
we
move the
did have,
question, Mr. Moderator?
but hold on a minute. We did have William Smith still wishing to speak on the article. However, there was a motion by Mr. Forty to move the question. I think I'm okay with that. We'll go to a vote to move the question at this point. I understand your point of order, Mr. Costa. However, the motion to move the question is valid at that point. You just spoke a lot before it and after it. I'm going to start a relaunch the polling here. This requires a 2/3 majority. We'll vote on the to move the question. If 2/3 vote to move the question, we'll move to a vote without further debate on the main motion. We expect those to type in the Q&A whether they want to. I have in the Q&A folks type in whether they want to move the question yes to move the question, no to continue debate. That's okay that the poll is not asking you to move the question. Yes or no, if you would like to move the question. The motion is to move the question. The motion is yes or no in progress. I'll leave it open for a couple more seconds here. I will end the polling now and share the results. Polling shows 66 in favor of moving the question, 27 not. According to the calculation here, that is a 71% or more than 66% majority. Question is moved. We'll now move to the main motion on article number 20, Police Department Appropriation. Motion is printed on the warrant board here. And this is a simple majority. All those in favor will vote on this now. I'm going to relaunch this. Vote yes. All those opposed, vote no. Those in Q&A, please type in your vote on the question on article number 20. Okay, so in the polling, I have in the Q&A, I have 4 voting yes in favor of Article 20, and I'm going to share the results of the electronic now. That's plus 61. That gives us 65 yes, 32 no. Motion on Article 20 carries, and I'm going to move to Article 21.
Mr. Moderator, may I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Considering the time and the length of the next 5 articles, I was wondering if, I know FinCom itself was hoping for no action on the next 5 articles. If anybody that submitted those articles are willing to go no action, or will we be taking them all up?
I'm going to hit them if I can. I'm going to try to hit them if I can, and if there's a motion, a primary motion made for no action, then we'll handle those directly. If there's a motion to adjourn to another night, we can also entertain that.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn for another evening.
Ms. Mahoney, could you be more specific? Right now, a motion would be to adjourn to another evening. We would have some choices, I think, on a motion to adjourn. It would be a motion to adjourn to tomorrow night. Could I ask HCAM to advise about availability and about the technology available to actually send out new links before we accept that motion?
Yes, thank you, moderator. So there are some things that we have to consider in doing so. We have to recreate a new link, this link that where everybody's in for right now. We would need to generate that. Everybody would have to re-register right away in that link. We have one, ready to populate. If you had trouble registering through Zoom, you might have trouble registering through Zoom again, but hopefully you understand the process. That could bog down some things. We could run into some of the similar hurdles as we get things started with people trying to get in and not knowing how to get in and all those
Mr.
things.
Moderator, Mr. Moderator, I'll rescind my motion.
Okay, so Peter, you're not going to make that motion, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Lee, article number 21.
I move the town accept the report of the field committee as presented.
Motion on article 21 is made.
Second.
Motion is made in second. FinCom report.
We had initially voted no actions, Mr. Moderator, 8-0.
Thank you. Is the field committee representative here? Chair recognizes Kevin Costa. Keeping in mind the hour, the remaining articles, we would ask you to keep them brief.
I'm going to keep this as brief as I can. But Zach, I do need to share my screen, and it says I can't because you're sharing. Thank you. So as many of you know, the field committee began meeting. Can people see my screen? No. Okay.
Not currently, no.
Try that again. Share. There we go. Now we can. So the field committee began meeting in 2018. In early 2019, we went to the annual town meeting and were awarded, with support of the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee, $25,000 to study our fields and recreation space and to try to develop a master plan. We went through that process and we did that. In early February, March of this year, we began meeting with the Capital Planning and Finance Committee, and we're scheduled to meet with the Board of Selectmen. Capital and Finance were both in favor of us moving to the 75% design phase of the project. Then COVID happened, so everything was shelved. The initial plan, just so it kind of gives some ballpark figures, when we did our initial rough estimate of what we wanted day one, the budget was in the neighborhood of $30 million, which we all agreed was crazy and not appropriate. And so we would never bring something that wasn't appropriate. So we refined with the help of Weston and Sampson, the design company, refined that project down. So right now the budget as drawn is about a $10 million budget. And we believe, and they believe, that it actually can end up between $7 and $8 million when you finalize details on the project. After tonight, the plan right now is that we would present this plan to you so that the field committee, which is really a committee of volunteers, but not experts in field construction and design and really how to move a project from where we are today to its final stage. Our plan would end tonight, or our part of the process would end tonight. And tonight, in the next article, you would establish a permanent field construction committee to take the project onto its final phases and final construction. May town meeting or sooner, 75% design phase would be funded. So there's no funding tonight that we're asking for. 6 to 8 months after that, you'd have 75% plans. You'd continue on the typical process of going to town meeting and committees and getting approval for a project. In spring of 2022, once a project is at 75%, that frees you to be able to actually start finding free money, if you will. The grants, the private money, the public money, they really don't offer funds until you get to an actual project that's been approved. Once we have an approved project, then you can go to whether it's national youth organizations or our legislature and things like that to try and get them to backfill portions of projects. Our hope is that construction would begin in spring or summer of 2022. So what is the project we're talking about? So here is the scope of the project. As you can see here, we have Sumner Field, the existing Sumner Field, and the JFK, the existing old JFK school property. And really the rear of that property is what we're encompassing within this project. You'll see here is 2 slivers of land that currently do not belong to the town, and that's in a different article, so we won't talk about that right now, other than the fact that showing on the map where those two pieces of land are. This is ultimately what our master plan is from an overall standpoint. It is taking Sumner Field and redoing some of the items over here, but really keeping this as flat land, flat area. Taking the JFK school and keeping that as sort of a baseball diamond, softball diamond kind of area. Some of the things that beyond just fields that this project is doing, because the fields are sort of easy for everybody to see and identify and understand what we're doing. But really what we tried to do was make a project that was more encompassing of a real recreation outdoor area, and really revitalize or vitalize that center of town to make it a real place where people want to go and walk and recreate. One thing is that's important that we did was when we utilized this property for some of the recreation area, we left the front part of the parcel completely not used by us, other than this road that for access. So the existing property then becomes available for either future use or future sale by the town, where we could recognize revenue maybe at a future point. The project is over 2 miles of walking path, so it really is somebody said it's an 8 to 80 project. I think it's more of a 0 to 110 kind of project where everybody can enjoy this area. One of the things that the school really liked is we have these walking paths, as you can see here, that connect Plymouth Street. So from those that live on this side of town, you'd be able to drop your kid off or pick your kid up, and they could walk right across this path right to the school, as opposed to having to fight traffic in the center of town, trying to go to pickups and drop-offs, as well as 5 o'clock and trying to get to a field for a baseball game or a softball game. You'd be able to obviously use the paths to connect yourself depending on where you are. The project has 2 new playgrounds, a splash pad, a skate park, and as I said, improved traffic flow and parking. You'll also see, just to note, here's a road that loops around from Plymouth Street into the parcel through this, again, part of Article, I think it's 23 that we might be talking about. This would be part of that land swap that this road just comes through, just as a point of information. Here's just to zoom in on what Sumner would look like. Again, 2 full-size synthetic turf fields, some multi-purpose grass fields, much improved parking, a playground, which this was one of the big points. The playground currently is directly next to a street where children technically can run right out the fence and run right into a main road. Our insurance company doesn't like that fact. So by bringing it back, obviously it makes it central to this play area, as well as frees up for additional parking in the front. And again, you can see the boardwalks that really, and paths that go all the way around the property, any which way you'd like to go. And you could probably go weeks without going the same path. And then here is the area behind JFK. So as we can see, the front of that parcel, which is pretty significant size lot, remains open for future development, future use, or future sale by the town. And then you see the typical, we've got fields, we've got a splash pad, we've got playground, we've got that skate park, and really you've got a beautiful area that allows for outdoor recreational space beyond just playing fields for youth. Mr. Moderator, I think I hit my time frame that you gave me, so I'm going to yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. The chair recognizes from the panelist town resident, Christopher Harrison.
Yes, how you doing? I have a couple of concerns. Can you see me okay?
Yes, we can. We can see you and hear you.
I'm
You
gonna
can, by the way, you can see Chris, he's on the panelist side. He's a resident voter, not a town meeting member. Just a limitation of the product here.
Who is that? Who was just speaking? I was just confused a little bit. Is that
It's the chairman or the member of the field committee, Kevin Costa, was speaking.
Kevin Costa? Okay, so Kevin, I have some major concerns about the construction of this park. Number one, it takes a lot of wetlands away, and it also on Article 24 shows a very big land swap.
So Mr. Harrison, we can only speak, we're not speaking about Article 24. We can only speak here about Article 21 by the rules.
Right. I'm just bringing up the
I
fact.
got you. Yeah.
So concerns of mine are encroachment on my property. We abut the woods of Holbrook, the town of Holbrook Forest. I have huge safety concerns. I have a thought about potential nuisance of another road being in that area, which will create a ton of traffic. I don't think any analysis has been done of the stretch from 37 all the way up from Plymouth Street of any potential auto accidents, fatalities, anything that this park could potentially do. I've spoken with a lot of people in town, and I know some young boys that have graduated here from Holbrook recently, and they've also said that it's hard to even fill a baseball team. On the pictures, it shows there's 7 baseball fields. I think we already have, is it 5 in town?
I think it's 5.
I think it's 5. I think this is way overdone. I think, JFK school should come down, and I think this should be relooked at by using the property they already have rather than taking wetlands and encroaching on other people's property. Do you have anything else? Do you have anything to say about it?
Hi, yeah, I just
This
was
is my
gonna
wife,
say,
Allison.
I
Allison
don't,
Harrison, also town voter.
I'm not sure how well documented this plan has been to the town. Unfortunately, this is news to me and I'm not in favor of it. I don't think that it's been publicized. I think it needs to be more documented and publicized to the people that it will directly impact.
Thank you, Allison and Chris.
Mr. Moderator, just a point of order. The point of order. This is accepting a report. This isn't debating about the value of the project or whether it's valuable or not. This is a report that's been submitted. So we should be debating, is the report a report or not?
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Costa. Chair, first of all, I'd like to have town council on standby. I'll have a legal question before we go to vote on this. And the chair recognizes Pamela Campanella.
Hi, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Costa, I have a question for you. The master plan, is this drawing the master plan, or did the master plan take into consideration the traffic patterns, how many students on that edge of town that would use that as a drop off, how many baseball fields, football fields that we actually need, and insurance for the skate park and splash pad, and what liabilities that would give the town? Does the master plan include that, or just this drawing?
Mr. Moderator, if I may answer that question.
Mr. Costa.
So as part of the process and the public hearings that were held, over a dozen public hearings, the information was gathered from the youth sports organizations. And I know that somebody just mentioned that it's tough to make a baseball team. Our baseball and softball teams are actually growing. We have we were at 200 kids registered for baseball and softball. A couple of years ago, we're over 260 kids registered for baseball and softball just this past year. Even through COVID this summer, we were able to have 90 kids, over 90 kids participate in our baseball and softball programs between August and October. So the programs are thriving. Same thing with soccer. So we did go through the numbers. That's how we identified what fields we actually need, the registration numbers. In terms of traffic studies and all that, that's the next phase. That's when you go from 10% to 75%. That's when you do those traffic studies. That's when you put shovels in the ground. Right now, this impacts 0 wetlands. This is designed in a way that impacts 0 wetlands according to Mass GIS data. Okay, so this is all setback. But now, in the next phase, you will actually put shovels in the ground, dig holes, and say, what are the soil samples? Where actually are the wetlands? You go out and stake them and understand exactly where it is, where you can put that road or not. So it's important to understand that this is a plan. This isn't go out and start building it next week. This is ideally when you put pieces on paper, when you understand what the needs are for field space as well as recreation space, and you put those two together, this is what you end up with.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Roberta Mankus. And while she's unmuting, I have an order: Patricia Greeley, Amy Hammerball, William Forty, Tiffany Sheehan, and then Patrick Duggan. Roberta Mankus.
Hi, Roberta Mankus, Precinct 2. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine.
Awesome. I have a lot to say about this, and I do realize that if the meeting continues this evening, some of what I might want to say is probably in Article 24. So I'm going to try to do this right.
Okay, so the scope of the discussion is just on Article 21, which is
exactly,
to
and
accept
that's
the
why
report of the field committee, right?
I'm trying to not jump ahead. Mr. Costa, with all of this research, and I realize I heard your whole, putting the shovel in the ground and all that, but why wasn't, even before we got to this town meeting, any of us in the neighborhood even sent letters about this? I'm just curious. I love sports. I grew up in this town. I have grandchildren still playing sports. I'm not against upgrading the fields or anything else, but I live on this street. I live right across the street where this little road or driveway, whatever you want to call it, is going to be. This street cannot take any more action like that right now. It really can't. And I'm wondering why we weren't all sent letters to have a little bit more time to realize this is something that might go down. Just curious.
Mr. Costa, very briefly.
Mr. Moderator, do you think it's
thank you, Ms. Mankus.
Do you think it's better to wait and let everybody ask their questions and then I sort of summarize at the end?
Well, I would appreciate if folks debated the articles rather than ask questions.
Right.
However, the question is on the floor. Let's try to get an answer for Roberta.
So, okay, it's the same as before. Traffic studies aren't done as part of a master plan. We had $25,000. We spent nearly all of it to get to this point. Traffic studies are done and notice of abutters when you actually go to planning boards and building commissions to actually build projects. You don't do a traffic study when you're doing a master plan. That's not part of the process. We did have public hearings. We met from summer of 2019 all the way up until COVID happened. We had publicly posted meetings, talked about this project, put it out there, met with capital, met with planning. We did an informal session with the Board of Selectmen. We're planning to do a formal presentation, and then COVID happened. So we can't do traffic studies with $25,000 and do drawings and drew analysis. It's just not capable.
Okay. So we see a question and the question and answer to move the question. To do that, you're going to raise your hand. When your name is called, you may make that motion if it's in order at the time. Chair recognizes Patricia Greeley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Oh, I'll get some backbeat there. Thank you. I'm just speaking to the validity of this report. What should be happening in the town before anything of this magnitude is considered is we should have a full open space plan. That's something that is done to incorporate what all the citizens in the whole town want and need. And then we put them in order, and then we figure out how we're going to fund them. This is sort of taking a part of that and going ahead without that process. And I don't think that that's a good thing. I think this was rushed, and we need to have a full open space plan. And that would be set up by an open space committee. We don't have that. We also don't have a master plan. The master plan is something that would take into account all the future plans and buildings and developments and residences coming in and the impact of traffic. And those things need to happen before we undertake a project of this magnitude. I think we're putting the cart before the horse, as they say. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Greeley. Chair recognizes Amy Ambrose.
Hi. Yeah, I think we should just move the question to accept the report so that we can then form a committee to explore this proposal. That's all.
Okay, so the motion you made is not in order. There's a motion to the previous questioner to move the question as we did on one of the previous articles. And if you were making that, is that the motion you wish to make? The motion would actually terminate debate and then move to the question without further debate. Is that what you wish to do? You're on mute.
Yes, I would like to move the question.
Okay, so the motion on the floor by Amy Emerald is to move the question. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to move the question. The vote that will be on the floor now is to move the previous question, which requires to move without further debate to the actual question, it requires a 2/3 majority. We will see the normal vote dialogue come up. A yes vote will move the question, we'll actually move to a vote. A no question will continue debate on it. Please type your response in Q&A if you're a Q&A voter. Okay, we now close the polling after 30 seconds. We have 1 yes in the Q&A. We have 68 yeses to move the question in the polling. We have 12 to continue debate. Motion carries by more than 2/3 majority to move the question. Let me just share the results of the poll so you can see what they look like. There we go. So we have 68 in favor of moving the question, 12 no, and 1 open in the Q&A, 1 yes in the Q&A. So the question is moved. We'll now move to vote on the main article. I'd like to, before we do that, talk to the town council. Town council, are you available? Could somebody at the school bring town council to a microphone?
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Can I make a point of order after this or no? Is that too late for that?
Let's get this done.
Yeah, after that first. That's fine. I don't want to waste my time or yours.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Moderator. I was having some.
No worries about it. Dave, the question on the floor here, the motion on the floor is to move that the town accept the report of the field committee as presented. If the town meeting body votes in the affirmative to accept the report of the field committee as presented, is there a problem with that insofar as, does that mean the town has also endorsed the contents of the report and may be required to go ahead and do anything with those? Or is that simply just to accept the report? I believe
No, it is simply to accept the report. There is a process that'll commence from there. There's no endorsement, if you will, of the report. It's just simply accepting the report.
Okay, so we've accepted the report, but in your opinion, we're not tacitly agreeing to anything that is in the report. We're
That
just
is correct.
accepting the report. Okay, thank you. We'll now move to vote on the question at hand. Pat, Patrick Duggan, did you have a real point of order? Or
No,
is it something
that was my point of order. That was my question. Thank you, sir.
Perfect. I'm thinking ahead of everybody. That's unusual for me at this hour. Okay, this is a majority. All those in favor vote yes. All those opposed vote no. Let me get the poll going, and the polling is up. Type your responses in Q&A. We're closing polling now. We have 57 yes, 26 no. We have 1 yes and we have 1 no in the direct question. So the motion carries to accept the report 58 to 27. Mr. Chairman, article number 22. Don't have your audio, Mr. Lee.
Okay, I got it on now.
Okay.
What are we on to now?
We're on 22,
Article 22,
establish a field construction committee.
I move the town establish a formal field construction committee as outlined in Article 22 of the November 2020 special town meeting.
Second, Mr. Moderator.
Motion has been made and seconded by Patrick Duggan. Field, could I have a FinCom report?
We had originally we recommended no action without taking a vote. So we're in process of voting these articles as they come up. So open up for discussion and I'll get back to you, Jim.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Costa.
Mr. Moderator, so this committee, similar to when we were building or proposing and then building a school, we had a feasibility study, which is what we just went through and approved the report of. And then the second phase was you establish a permanent school building committee that actually took it from that premature or very early on phase and took it into an actual project and do the things like the questions came up about traffic studies, about looking at abutters, about looking at impacts, about wetlands, about all of those questions that came up. And as you get more money, and that's part of that potential of asking for money. So they would first meet, review existing master plan, gather data, discuss, look at the thoughts, and then if they felt like this was the right project, proceed with asking for money to go to the next design phase, or come back and say it's a no-go, or come back and say we want additional money to do early on phase because we need to vet this out more and we can't go right to 75%. So that's what this committee is designed to do, and it has more expertise in that area. It's not strictly volunteers that are more focused on youth sports or on other things. By the combination of the committee as was laid out in the article, you get the cross section of the town from schools, from board of selectmen, from various appointees. So you get varying points of information to gather and make the right formal decisions for the town as we go forward here. So I would definitely support this article to form that committee. Again, this has no monetary impact. This is merely putting the right people in the room to then discuss and decide on, do they want more money to go forward? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Patrick Duggan.
The FinCom, as noted, voted 5-0 with no action on this one, and also for Article 22.
So for this 22, yeah. Okay, so that's a FinCom formal report is to recommend we take no action on this. Is there any further discussion on Article 22 to construct the field committee? Chair recognizes Patricia Greeley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can we move to question?
Motion has been made to move the question.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to move the question. Again, 2/3 vote to move the question will terminate debate and we'll move to the vote on the article. I'm going to bring the poll up now. All those in favor of moving the question vote yes. All those not in favor of moving the question vote no. Q&A type in. I think, Mr. Fabian, if you're listening, the motion here is to move the question. We're not voting yet on Article 22 in the body. We will end the polling now and share the results. We have 73 in favor of moving the question, plus 1 on the chat is 74 in favor, 7 against. Question is moved. I'm going to stop sharing the results. We have a couple more yeses. Okay. Motion carries more than 2/3 majority. Going to relaunch the polling. This is a majority article. This will vote to establish a field committee as published in the town meeting warrant I'm going to relaunch the polling now, clear Q&A, and we'll begin a yes vote. We'll establish a field construction committee. A no vote will not do so.
Anybody with water?
What a fire.
I wish I could do that for you. Yeah, you don't know, he says no.
Closing the polling now. We have 51 in favor on the electronic. Let me share the result. 30 opposed. And we have one each on the polling, so it's 52 to 31. Motion to establish the field committee passes. We move to Article 23, the noise ordinance. Mr. Chairman, Lee.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town amend the Town of Holbrook General Bylaw, Section 13-11, Town of Holbrook, Massachusetts noise ordinance by striking the words in the current bylaw as indicated in the warrant and inserting the words shown in bold as printed in the warrant in place thereof.
Motion has been made.
Second.
Motion has been seconded.
Wait,
FinCom
again,
report.
we're taking a vote right now. I'll get back to you, Jim.
Okay, well, we're waiting for that recommendation. Chair recognizes Walter Gachowski, and the panelist section is a resident voter to speak.
Hello, I'm Walter. I disagree with some of these changes. I'm having a lot of problems with noise complaints, and one of these changes specifically will make it much harder to enforce any noise complaint. The part, if you maybe like bring it up on the screen. Part A, section F1. It says that currently the noise has to be measured, just one time. Over 70 decibels, and then this will change it to you have to measure it over 10 minutes for it to be considered too loud. And obviously, if it, if I call someone or call for a noise complaint, and something's too loud, and then the person shows up with their device to measure the noise, and the person making the noise sees the person there, standing there for 10 minutes with their device, they're just gonna stop making their noise. The device is going to read not too loud, and then then the person will leave and they'll just be free to make their noise whenever the police officer or whatever leaves. And no other town that I've looked at has this policy, because obviously it would make it extremely hard to enforce any noise laws. Like Braintree, Brockton, Randolph, all of them do not have this 10-minute policy. And I think, the era of coronavirus, where there's, a lot of people work from home, we should take noise complaints more seriously. I've called in maybe over 20 noise complaints, and right now I don't think the town's taking them seriously at all. I don't I have a printout of the current noise laws that I show to the town member or the police who show up, and they just pretty much ignore it. They don't try to reasonably enforce it at all, in my view. And this proposed change will just make it much more harder to enforce it. And I already feel like they're doing there's a very poor job at noise complaints enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Gachowski, for joining in. In fact, we have some news. We had a lot of resident voters speak this evening and did very, very well on these articles. And I would encourage you to also, while you're doing this, is to pursue a larger town meeting seat too, and get involved in all of the articles, not just one or two. But we do appreciate you speaking. Yeah, I do have on the HCAM schedule is Ann Papagenna. Is there an Ann Papagenna here somewhere who had been put on the speaker list?
Ian Poppinger is a school committee member.
Mr. Moderator, that might have been a mistake. She's a school committee member that was on there under Mr. Groskowski.
Okay.
And I might have mislabeled her. My
No, no worries. Just wanted to make sure we get everybody in. No skip over if that changes. So now the chair recognizes from the attendees list, Lisa Nickerson.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, thank you. Walter did bring up a good point, but on the amendment, it does say or, so it'll continue on and on. So if the issue, it changes. So I just wanted to also say that I'm in precinct 3. I'd just like to ask for support in the amendment. The noise ordinance, as it is, it hasn't been updated in decades, and it streamlines it. So it would help actually the officials do their jobs, make it easier for them to do their jobs. We've been negatively affected by noise being kept awake at night. We finally ended up having to go to court. The town had to take this company to court, and we ended up winning the injunction, but it took 3 long years to get there. So I just feel that this just streamlines it, defines it, simplifies it, so that our officials can, do their job effectively, and hopefully would solve problems for residents in the future, so this doesn't happen to anyone again. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Chair recognizes Elizabeth Brady.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, can I just provide the FinCom report, sir?
Oh, sure. Elizabeth, if you don't mind, could FinCom weigh in? They didn't get a chance.
So I'm going to
be
weigh in. Just want to know the FinCom recommends approval. I think it's how we say it. Recommends approve this article 5-1 with 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you. 5-1, 1 abstention is the FinCom report. Now we'll go to Elizabeth Brady. Elizabeth Brady, we have her.
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to point out what Lisa did, the oh so important word or at the end of F1, and that I think that the specificity of these changes will certainly help in trying to solve these noise problems that have been reported. Frankly, they were antiquated, and I think it's about time that they were updated. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Brady. There was one note that the health agent would like to speak on the article. Who's the health agent?
Hello, it's me, Abby Myers.
Okay, Abby Myers, and we've granted you permission to speak as a non-resident before, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I just want to give a brief overview of this motion we are presenting today. It's not a new bylaw. It's updating something. Like Elizabeth has said, it's antiquated. So it's time for some current language and stipulations that don't reflect Massachusetts law or the current citizens' concerns. So we try to update it to follow the state MGLs, as well as we took into consideration with multiple public hearings and public notices. And we took that all into consideration and took it all from the citizens' concerns and updated. We have consulted with the Department of Environmental Protection, our town's council, and these edits are different as this has gone before town meeting before. This time it's different because we had additional open hearings to take more suggestions and to firm the language down so it reflected the current practices and businesses and the citizens' needs. These changes will make it easier for us to enforce as well. And just to point out what Lisa and Elizabeth stated, that section F has the or, so it could use any of those. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Abby Myers. Chair recognizes Leanna Green.
The one issue I have with this proposed change is that it seems like it covers a lot of different areas, and the one area that I'm looking at, that section E under construction, it takes away the exemption for emergency exemption, I guess, for snow removal. And, you know, it goes into dogs barking, and I kind of understand that, but for me to remove the snow removal exemption under individuals, but then add it to like public entities, public utilities, police departments, fire, all this kind of stuff, it doesn't make sense to do that. To me, you know, I would give individuals that same exemption that you're giving to these public entities. That's the reason why I would not be in favor of this proposed law.
Thank you, Leanna. Seeing no more speakers, we'll move to the vote. This is a simple majority vote to make the amendments as shown in bold in the town meeting warrant. All those in favor of this will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the polling is starting now, and we appreciate the folks that are going to type in the Q&A. Okay, we're closing the poll now and sharing the electronic results. We have 58 in favor on the electronic, 16 opposed, and I have 3 in favor on the Q&A count. So it's 61 in favor, 16 opposed. Motion carries by a majority of 61 to 16. We'll now move to article number 24, Chairman Lee.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Lee.
I move the town approve the Board of Selectmen to petition the general court to enact legislation as indicated in the warrant, provided that the general court may reasonably vary the form and substance of the requested legislation within the scope of the general public objectives of the petition.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. FinCom report on 24.
FinCom will get back to you, sir.
FinCom defers report till later on. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on the article? I see Christopher Harrison in the panelist section and Allison Harrison. These are town residents who wish to speak. If we could have them.
Is it all right to speak?
Sure, you're all set, ready to go.
My name is Christopher Harrison. This is my wife, Allison. We live at 165 Plymouth Street, Holbrook, Massachusetts here. We bought this house back in June 6, 2007. I have a lot of concerned neighbors because the town of Holbrook, nor did the Andrews family or property owner reach out to any abutters on any part of this whole property swap. The only way that we found out was somebody saw it on Facebook. It was not up on anywhere reasonably where any abutter of anything where this would happen to be seen. I have an elderly neighbor that does not have internet. His name's Gary Sodergren. He lives at 151 Plymouth Street. I spoke with him briefly, and he wrote me a letter where he would like me to speak for him because he's not able to. Do you want to read this?
Yep. Is it okay to read the letter?
Sure. How long is it?
Very. It's pretty.
Okay.
Pretty.
I wish to express my opposition to the proposed Andrew property land swap. I also oppose any development on any land that abuts my property. Proposed lots 6, 7, 8, and 9 are located on a known watershed. This area should never be considered developable. Also, the swap of 5.2 acres on town land for 2.63 acres of private land does not benefit the town of Holbrook. Also, the fact that no notice of this land swap proposal was forwarded to me is quite disturbing, and he signed it. We've never received any notification of this property swap whatsoever. They would be tearing down a house that is immediately connected to our driveway and installing a street, which you're planning to build 7 baseball fields, a splash pad, a skate park. And in addition to that, the Andrews property that they would receive would be building 8 houses, which would be built on what I consider to be wetlands. Obviously, the environmental would have to do their research to confirm and deny that. However, we have been notified also that there is some archaeological wells of some sort that our Native American tribes may have built that have already been documented, I believe, by the town. These items should not be disrupted any further. You guys have already taken, you know, several acres of the town forest, which has been obviously well documented and made known to the community. This has not been made known to anybody. Nobody near us has heard anything about this.
I want to note also, obviously you can see the map up. The house is actually 1 foot off of my property line. This whole proposed plan completely exposes my property. It completely exposes the back, the side. It exposes it all the way around Mr. Gary Sertigan's property. I mean, nothing was taken consideration of this property swap. I think that the way the road is drawn, you can see that it encroaches completely, not even straight with the property. It encroaches more with Gary, my neighbor, more than me. It actually turns towards his property. And I feel that the other people on the other side of where the property is obviously being swapped have no idea. I've tried to reach out to multiple other people because lot 8 touches, what's his name? Ronald Garland, who is another elderly man who has no idea. I've left multiple messages with. We're all so concerned. Biggest concern is even if the park went in and you cut a road, you expose my property. You know, I'm going to look out the back of my house and not look at town forest anymore. I'm going to see a house. There's not going to be any trees. People are going to park on that road, even if there was a gate at the end. It's going to be an easy out. You know, this is not a plan. You spent $25,000 on a plan that you don't even own the property for. I don't know if that's valid. You know, you already had a plan. It already shows. You're already given Mr. Andrews the go-ahead to build these houses. I've been here 13 years. I've spent countless hours fixing this house. I live at 165 Plymouth Street. We've been nothing but awesome people to the town by keeping our house clean, keeping the yard cut, helping with our neighbors, shoveling their snow, plowing each other's driveways. I don't want to get off subject here. I'm sorry, but this is extremely disturbing that nobody reached out to anyone, any abutter, period. Yeah.
I'd just like to note too that when we purchased this home in June of 2007, we had to purchase it as a condemned foreclosure and spend 10 months not being able to live in it and bringing it to a point where it could be lived in and get occupancy. We've spent a lot of money and a lot of time, and you're gonna push us out of town.
And it's gonna bring down this property value. Also,
We're going over the time limit, I'm sure, so.
Gary, I feel terrible because I could not have an up and close conversation with him the other day because of COVID. He's extremely scared to get sick. I'm not sure of his age. I'm sure he's probably close to 90.
His family's owned their property since 1949.
He was very informative about the town of Holbrook at one point went through and tried to perk test most of that property to see if it was buildable. And it did not perk.
Mr. Harrison, can I interrupt you for a minute? I have a point of order for Mr. William Forte. Mr. Forte, what is your point of order?
Mr. Moderator.
I have William Forte with a point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, thank you. I think that I understand the passion of both Mr. and Mrs.
No,
Harrison,
what's your
but
point of order here?
my point of order is that they're off topic.
Thank you. I'll take that under advisement. Back to Mr. and Mrs. Harrison.
The topic is that this proposed land swap has not been documented to the people that it will directly impact. It is not profitable to the town of Holbrook, and I don't think it's been known. That's my point.
Okay. Anything else you wish to add to that?
I think I'm good for now.
Okay, great. Thank you. We appreciate you coming up and talking. The chair recognizes, and we're going to do this in order. We're going to recognize people in order. There's a lot of speakers lined up for various reasons. The next speaker that came in order is Roberta Mankus.
Excuse me, Mr. Roderick, I'd just like to give the FinCom report, which was 4-1, no action, and then I'll wait my turn to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. You still wish to be queued up for speaker?
You know what? I'll cut me off. No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Roberta Mankus.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Roberta Mankus. The Harrisons are my neighbors. They live across the street. And a lot of what they said, I feel, so I'm not going to repeat it. We're all getting pretty tired. Again, I have no problems with fields, keeping up with the fields. My husband and I are townies here. There is nothing we wouldn't do for the children of this town, for the fields. That's not the point. Like Mr. and Mrs. Harrison said, one of our newer neighbors saw this land swap on social media somewhere. A little bit ago, someone in the neighborhood was looking to do something different with the land, and before it was even brought to the selectmen, everyone in the neighborhood, all the abutters, had notice of it. They had time. We had time to digest it. We had time to go sit at the selectmen's meeting. This just came out of nowhere. Anybody that knows Plymouth Street knows it's a pretty darn busy street. This street going into the fields is going to be across the street from me to the left. My son, his wife, and my newest grandbaby live right across the street. This is going to affect the safety of our sidewalks, the turning in and out. We all know that. This is something that needs to be looked into more. This is something that cannot be decided on a virtual meeting. This needs to be voted, and I don't know if I'm saying this right, whether it's supposed to be tabled, no action, something till the next town meeting, that God willing, we will be sitting in a parking lot. We'll all have done some research and really be able to talk about this. This is not an emergency. Land swap? Come on. We found out about this just a few days ago. I'd like to do some research on that. I'd like to talk to people up at the town hall, just like Mr. Harrison did. They are wonderful neighbors. They have a little guy that's going to want to play sports. This is not about not making good fields. This is about a land swap. No one told us anything about it. And we're just going to go okay to this? No, please. I'm asking everybody that's still awake, let's put this aside until we can all get some more information on it. I am absolutely begging everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Roberta. Again, we have a large number of speakers in line for this article. The next speaker will take them in order of hand raise. Tiffany Sheehan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have not seen any information on the appraised values.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt you for a second? There's a note in the Q&A. Mr. Anastasio, raise your hand and we'll call on you in order if you want to make a motion to move the question. Sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Sheehan.
That's okay. I have not seen any information on the town website or here regarding what the appraised values of these two parcels of lands are, or what the benefit to the town would be if the Fields Committee does not move forward with their plans. So I would like to move that we take no action on this article.
Okay, so a motion for no action at this point in time is not in order. And the reason for that is that a motion for no action is a primary motion. No, that's not an incorrect slide now. The motion of no action is not is a primary motion. It hasn't been made. Motions that would be in order at this time would be a motion. You could do something like a motion to postpone indefinitely, motion to refer to committee, something like that. But a motion for no action at this point is not in order.
So I'm sorry, a motion to, what was the last one you said?
A motion to refer to some committee that's either existing or you make up or something.
Okay, could we get answers
study.
to the questions for like, what are the appraised values of these parcels of land and what benefit?
That would have to be, that would be have to part of whatever, you know, whoever does that. It's not something that we would do here.
Okay.
Again, the information provided by the petitioner, right? And if the petitioner didn't provide it, you either take them on face value or you vote against it, vote yes, or you vote against it because you don't feel it's enough information.
Okay.
You all set?
Yes.
Okay, great. Chair recognizes Pamela Campanella.
Oh, shoot. Can you hear me?
We can. Shoot, we can. Yeah.
I thought I muted myself. Anyway, now I'm sidetracked. I have a lot of concerns about this. I feel like we are putting the cart before the horse to make it tie into something that may or may not go forward. I am quite curious as to who approached who about the land swap during these whole dealings. Can I make a motion to either table it indefinitely and move it back to the selectmen?
No, a motion to
Or is it
table
one or the other?
A motion to table would place the article on the table and it must be taken up before the end of this session is dissolved.
Okay.
A motion to table and refer back to the selectmen is not in order. A motion to refer to committee or to the Board of Selectmen for further study would be in order.
Okay, I would like to move it to refer it back to the Board of Selectmen as a motion.
So your motion is to refer this to the Board of Selectmen for what purpose?
Further review for information.
Okay, and do you wish to have them report back at a certain time or anything like that, or?
If we deem necessary, or when is necessary.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, if I may.
Chairman Lee.
Thank you. So Superintendent Pelletieri has all the information on this and he would like to speak on this.
The motion on the floor currently, though, is to refer back to the motion is to refer the article for further study to the Board of Selectmen.
But we do have an appraised value.
I'm sorry, there's a motion on the floor. If Pamela wants to withdraw the motion we could do that, but there is an active motion on the floor that needs to be acted on before any other speaker can on the floor. Let me just check my orders on motion to commit or refer. The motion is debatable, so you can debate the motion. There's a second required. It requires a majority to move forward. Ms. Campanella, you wish to proceed with your motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, who is the second the motion? Who seconded it?
Mr. Duggan.
Okay, motion by Ms. Campanella to refer the article back to the Board of Selectmen for further study. Motion has been seconded by Mr. Duggan. We're now moved to debate on the motion in committee refer. I'm going to ask HCAM to lower all hands because we're actually debating a different motion than was before. Anybody who wishes to speak only on the motion to commit or refer, please raise your hand now. Chair recognizes Catherine Trabowski. Catherine Trabowski, the topic at hand or the motion on the floor is to refer this article back to the selectmen for further study. I have no audio from you, Catherine.
Hear me? I'm so sorry.
Go ahead. Now we get you now.
Okay. I'm just curious about the current motion. When we refer back to the selectmen, could they assign it from that point to another committee if they deem necessary at a further time?
I don't know the answer to that. I imagine it's possible.
Yes.
Okay.
Referring back to them, they can put a committee or something like that out.
Okay, that was my only question about this motion.
Okay, very good. Move to Patrick Duggan.
I just want to say, Mr. Moderator, it's now 11:30. This is one of the reasons by the way, the FinCom voted to recommend no action on this, as has already been noted. We did take it a formal vote. This is why this is a complicated issue that a lot of people are passionate about, especially as we noted from the neighbors. It doesn't seem there's been enough public scrutiny. So I, as a town meeting member, think we should adopt the refer back. It's just too late and too much information at this time of night. Just people have a reasonable understanding what's going on. I just think we need to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Duggan. Mr. Costa.
Mr. Moderator, and I just want to, I echo PJ there. And I just also want to say that this land swap was brought to us on the field committee. This wasn't something the field committee went out and sought. This isn't a requirement for the recreation and open space. Obviously, it makes it easier if this happens to have recreation space in a more contiguous manner. But one is not necessarily for the other to proceed. But I do agree at this point that there hasn't been enough public information on this. And I think that hopefully that will happen over the next 6 months, and at the next special town meeting or annual town meeting, this will be able to be presented again and given its a fair shot, whether it goes up or down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Scott McClellan.
Can we hear from the lawyer about this?
Well, the motion that's on the floor right now is to refer back to the Board of Selectmen for further study. Is there a specific question that you would like town council to answer about the motion to refer back to the selectmen for further study?
The notice to the abutters, to the lack thereof.
Okay, well, again, the motion is to refer back to the Board of Selectmen for further study. In other words, there'll be no action taken on this. I'm not sure what you're asking. Mr. McClellan, I'm not sure what you're asking for. You're on mute now, but the motion is to refer back to the selectmen to study and report back on.
All right, never mind then.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any legal question here on that. Okay, seeing no more hands. Motion to refer. Let me just check the manual.
Mr. Moderator, I have my hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Pelletier. I missed you on the panelist side. Go ahead.
No problem. I've been trying to get in just so some of the information that people have been looking for, it is available. We obviously not appropriate to bring it up with this particular motion, but it is available. That there's been an appraisal of both properties. There's been some analysis done of potential tax revenue to the town. With
I appreciate that, Chris, but let's rein it in as far as let's the selectmen.
Understood.
refer that back, and because we're not going to vote on whether it's been a assessment or anything tonight. We're just sending it back to a committee, right?
Just making it out there. Just
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Got it.
Okay. We're going to call for a vote on this. This is a simple majority vote. All those in favor of referring this back to the Board of Selectmen for further study, vote yes. All of those who do not want to refer it back, vote no. Q&As if you want to weigh in this, type in, but. Okay, we're going to end the polling now and share the results. There being 71 to refer, 6 not to refer, and we have 3 on the Q&A side to refer back. That means a total of 74 to refer, 6 against. The motion to refer it back to the Board of Selectmen for further study carries. Mr. Lee, article number 25.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town amend the zoning bylaw by adding townhouse overlay district to section 2.3 and by adding the townhouse overlay district as set forth in section 9.7 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Motion has been made and second. Can we have the Finance Committee report?
6-0, we recommended no action.
FinCom recommends no action by 6-0. Who's here to speak for the Planning Board? I have a question for them before we begin debate and before we accept the motion.
I believe I seen an email that Mr. Anastasio was going to be speaking on behalf of the chairman.
Okay, from the attendees, we recognize Paul Anastasio.
Hello,
Hi,
Paul
Paul.
Anastasio, Precinct 2, also
Are you-
speaking on behalf of the chairman of the planning board.
Very good. I have a couple of questions before we begin. Has the Planning Board published and noticed and complied with all the requirements of Mass General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 5, and any other laws regarding the processing or handling of a zoning bylaw amendment, including public meetings and notices and all of that?
Yes, that is correct. All proper notices were given.
And you're in full compliance with all laws regarding bringing this forward?
Yes, we were.
Okay, and at this time, does the Planning Board have a report to make on this article?
Planning board supported unanimously, 5-0.
Okay, I think we satisfied the requirements there. I will accept the motion on the floor and yield to Mr. Anastasio as the petitioner from the Planning Board to present the article.
So bear with me. So this was an article and a development going in right off of Plymouth Street. We found that they were in compliance with all the setbacks and they were creative in regards to, like bridging over any type of wetlands or encroaching on anything like that. We did believe that it was
Oops, we lost your audio there for a minute, Paul. Have we lost Mr. Anastasio altogether or just his audio?
Oh, I'm sorry. The internet just dumped out for a moment. I'm not sure where it got cut off.
I think you got past bridging.
Oh, so yeah, there was no wetland displacement or anything, encroachment or anything on the means of that. And there was a bridge that did cross over a portion of the wetlands. They had all the proper setbacks. And the board supported it unanimously, 5-0. And we believe that it was more beneficial and not as impact for the area.
Okay. I believe you had a counsel for the planning board who also wished to present on the article. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. This is Attorney Mark Bobrowski. My office is in Concord. May I proceed to address town meeting?
You may. Please be conscious that the hour is late.
Oh, I will be very much so. The applicant for this project came forward in 2019 and proposed to rezone certain land, which is mentioned in the article, for a townhouse overlay district. Basically, the applicant wished to remove the age restriction from the village housing development bylaw because of economic concerns and other reasons. Tim Gordon, former town administrator, asked me to serve as special town counsel to the planning board, and we asked the applicant to put funds into escrow so that my services, as well as the services of a traffic engineer, Scott Thornton of VAI Inc., could be engaged to look at the proposal and to put an article properly before the planning board. VAI was engaged and verified traffic and pedestrian safety. It was my job to put together the wording of the article on behalf of the planning board, and that's the article that you have in front of you this evening. The proponent of the project, Frank Duggan, and his team, I believe, are prepared to do a very brief a few slides of presentation here if they can take control of the screen.
Did we ask HCAM to help them do that?
Who is looking to screen share?
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. This is Christopher Agostino. I'm counsel for Mr. Frank Duggan, who's one of the...
Mr. Agostino, you're counsel for Mr. Frank Duggan, and you've been allowed to speak at the opening of the meeting. You wish to screen share?
Yes, with your permission, Mr. Moderator.
Being conscious of the hour, go ahead.
Okay, so if everyone can hear me and see the screen, and again,
we cannot see your screen, just your video, sir.
All right. I believe it's this one here. How's that?
You're on there now, yeah.
Okay. So I'm counsel for Mr. Frank Duggan, who owns a tract of land in this potential overlay district, and we'd like to very briefly show you what we could accomplish if we are allowed to proceed with passing this overlay district, what type of housing we could propose. And Mr. Duggan has consulted with Stonebridge Homes of Easton, Mass, and its principal, Bisher Hashem, who's also here this evening. And both of them are available to answer questions if the moderator would allow. If any questions are posed by members of town meeting. But in any event, the goal is to allow for this type of townhouse condominium style housing. As Attorney Bobrowski mentioned, there are a lot of things that could be built in this tract of land as of right. You could do potentially 55 single family homes. You could do this type of style housing with an age restriction. But Stonebridge Homes has had a lot of success with another similar project in Abington known as the Gables. And this is a photograph of the housing style that was proposed at the Gables. And the beauty of this housing product is that it attracts young professionals and empty nesters and young couples that may not have children yet, and the sort of workforce type people that would want a housing type like this. And what that does is generate a lot of revenue for the town without the burden of a lot of town services. This type of project would be entirely condominium, so the town would not have responsibility for any roadways. The town would not have responsibility for lighting, no plowing, no trash pickup. And the other benefit for this type of building is that it, like I said, attracts young professionals and empty nesters that don't have a lot of children and have a big impact on the school system. So it can be a huge net positive as far as tax revenue to the town without a lot of services being taken up. As a matter of fact, to use real numbers, in the town of Abington at the Gables, in a 220 unit project of similar design, there were a total of 19 school-age children as of the project was completed in 2014. And this is information directly from the school superintendent. In that, we're looking at, again, 2 million up to potentially up to 2 million in annual net tax revenue to the town with very little impact. And again, understanding, and to be very clear, a vote tonight is simply to adopt the zoning bylaw. And we heard from a member of the planning board who discussed this idea that the proponent did provide a sort of schematic idea of what this might look like. But the vote tonight is not to in any way approve any project. And I want to be very clear about that. Any project would have to go before the planning board. There would be notice, and the applicant would have to get a special permit and meet all of the conditions of a special permit and site plan approval in order to proceed with development. So the goal tonight is just to allow for some additional flexibility through this townhouse overlay district in terms of housing typology. And again, a lot of things could be built as of right, potentially over 55 housing in a similar housing style, or a lot of single family homes. But after discussions between Mr. Duggan and Stonebridge and the planning board and stakeholders in the town, it was determined that this type of product would be the most beneficial and would have the least impact on the community. So with that, as I mentioned, Mr. Duggan and Bisher Hashem of Stonebridge Homes are both available tonight, Mr. Moderator. But with that, I will yield back to you.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to just say a couple of final words on behalf of the planning board here to the voters this evening. The most important,
Mr. Barbowski.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The most important thing that the voters should remember in considering this is that this is the only piece of land in the town of Holbrook that is currently being proposed for a townhouse overlay district. There's no other piece of land before the voters tonight. This piece of property is 60 acres. The minimum eligible parcel is 30 acres. Somebody else wanted to do this, they would need to come back to town meeting on their own nickel and propose a new warrant article, which would require a 2/3 vote of the town meeting in order to move the property into the overlay district. The second thing I want the members to remember is that even if they render this parcel of 60 acres eligible for the overlay district consideration, it will still take a 4/5 vote of the planning board to grant a special permit for any project that's put forward after this evening. And there are plenty of standards in the bylaw which you can easily peruse in the warrant article with regard to things like dwelling types, utility connections, roads, open space, buffer to surrounding property. Those are all pretty self-apparent. So this is simply to make this piece of land eligible for consideration for a special permit. And I'll answer any questions if anybody has any. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Barbowski. Right now, the chair is, because of the virtual nature of the town meeting, we've asked for folks with written amendments to submit them prior to the meeting this evening. I've been made aware of 2 parties who wish to make a total of 3 amendments. The way I will handle this is this. We're going to, I know who the 2 parties are that are requesting amendments. I'm going to have the HCAM folks lower all the folks' hands now, and we'll try to get these amendments handled first, and then we'll move back to open questions, include panelists as well. Anybody of the 2 amendments that were supposed to be made, please raise your hands if you still wish to make those amendments. Chair recognizes Eva Troseth to make her amendment. And we're just going to unmute you here. So your microphone is still muted. You have to click the button in the lower left-hand corner to unmute you after you've accepted the dialogue to unmute. I see your microphone now. Can you try speaking? I do not see your microphone active. Make sure you test your microphone and it's working. Her microphone is not working. She's asked us to read her motion into the record. Could I be allowed to share a screen here? I'm going to stop the other screen sharing for a minute and then share my screen. Let me just go over there and scroll down to that. Let me see what I have here. Can folks see this amendment? Apparently not.
I can see it, Jim.
You can see the amendment. Okay. So the motion being made here by Yua Badagwitz Trostet, she moves to amend Article 25, amend zoning bylaws, section 2390, paragraph 9762 by striking the word may and inserting the word will. That is the motion that Ms. Trostet is making.
Second.
This is printed in the warrant under 976 section 2, the word may substituted with the word will. And that is the motion that you wish to make. Could you type your answer into the chat, I think? And I can't see it while I'm sharing my screen, but I think you're okay there. Is there a second to this motion?
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. If Gage Kim could monitor the Q&A and see if Yua wishes to explain anything quickly in the Q&A. We don't have audio for her for some reason. And could H. Kim let me know if there's not anything in there? Okay, we'll move to discussion on the motion that was read on her behalf. Chair recognizes John McFadden to speak on the motion.
Good evening again. We're at the witching hour. It's close to 12. And I'm sort of opposed to any motions to amend or anything like that. I would rather, since this is in proximity to the other earlier article that we tabled and sent it back to the selectmen, I would send this one back to the selectmen as well.
Okay, debate right now is limited to the motion
That's
to
it.
amend. So basically that's it. Okay, good enough. Is there any other discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, I'm going to stop my screen sharing so I have control. Again, the motion to amend. Let me just get back into Q&A here. Oh, here we are. I'm working with two screens over and under, which is not what I'm used to. Okay, so in speaking in proxy for Ms. Trosset, she says if there is a dispute regarding wetlands, it should be documented and not judged personally. So this is her argument for the article. I'm going to stop the screen sharing. Again, the motion to amend, and we'll vote on this now, requires a majority vote. It's to amend section 9762, striking the word may and inserting in its place the word will. I will stop share and we'll go to a vote on this right now. Let me just get back to the other screen here. And a yes vote will be to add Ms. Trosset's amendment, inserting the word will. A no vote will not insert that amendment. Polling is starting now and Q&A is open. Okay, we're going to close the polling up now and share the results. In the electronic voting, we have 45 in favor of the amendment. We have 23 opposed. We have 1 no in the Q&A and 1 yes, making it 46 to 24. The motion is amended. The chair recognizes Mr. Costa. You have 2 amendments proposed. Please read your first amendment or make your motion for your first amendment if you still wish to.
Mr. Ray, point of order.
What is your point of order?
Is it possible to speak on the motion at hand, not Kevin's motion, the motion at hand prior to the amendments?
Let's speak on the amendments first and get those taken care of. Then we'll
I'd
know
like
what
to
we're
speak
talking
on
about.
before the amendments, if at all possible, sir.
Yeah, no, we're going to do the
It's
amendments.
valid prior to the amendments. To be honest.
We'll get a chance to speak on the article after the amendments.
It's going to be too late then, but thank you. That's fine.
Okay. Mr. Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I've just been unmuted. The 2 motions and if Mr. Bobrowski wants to speak to it after I make it, because I respect his opinion greatly. He's the foremost expert when it comes to zoning articles. The first motion would be to move to amend the main motion by inserting into section 9.7.9, each dwelling unit shall have a maximum of 2 bedrooms. This mimics what we did for the South Shore overlay, the South School overlay district last year, that this style of home, to ensure that you don't have the fiscal impacts that was presented by the proponent, by having it being 2 bedrooms, that's how you ensure that you don't end up with additional children in the school, which is the biggest cost to the town.
Sorry, I'll second it. Needed a second.
Motion has been made and seconded. I'm going to stop sharing for a minute so I can control the screen a little better. Patrick Duggan, do you wish to speak on the motion to amend by inserting the words each dwelling unit shall have a maximum of 2 bedrooms into section 979?
No, sir, I was late dropping my hand. I apologize.
No worries. Anybody else wish to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Moderator, since Mr. Costa mentioned my name in submitting the motion, may I respond briefly to it?
Certainly. Restrict your comments to the motion.
Thank you. This is purely a matter of fiscal decision-making. With regard to the project that we did at the South School Overlay District, it was specific to that proposal, so it was slightly different than this. I would defer to Mr. Agostino and Mr. Duggan, the project proponents, to comment on whether or not this would have some unexpected impact on their pro forma, so that at least the voters can make a decision with that in mind.
Any further discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing no hands, this is a majority vote motion to amend. I'll read the motion again. Motion to amend by Mr. Costa, and the main motion by inserting into section 979, each dwelling unit shall have a maximum of 2 bedrooms. All those in favor of amending the main article by inserting this text, and this will go along with the motion by Ms. Troseth as well. I'm going to launch the polling now. Vote yes. All those opposed to amending the article in this manner, please vote no. People who are typing in Q&A. Okay, we'll end the polling now and share the results. In the electronic, we have 46 yes for the amendment, 20 no. We have 1 each in the Q&A for yes and no. Motion to amend carries by a majority of 47 to 21. I'm going to stop sharing the results. I'm going to yield the floor back to Mr. Costa to read in his second motion if he still wishes to, and I'll ask HCAM to clear Q&A and declare raised hands.
Mr.
we're moving to
Moderator.
another one. Wait a second, Kevin.
Sorry.
We're going to clear the raised hands because we're done with debate on the motion in hand. And we'll let Mr. Costa introduce his second motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move to amend the main motion by striking item 9.7.13.1 and item 9.7.13.2 as listed in section 9.7.13, ownership of the contiguous open space, and renumbering section 9.17.13.3 to 9.7.13.1. What this would do is, this is about once the project is done, there's 30% of the project must be contiguous open space. And as currently written, it lays out 3 options, one of which is to give it back to the town. Last year, again, when we did the South School Overlay District, the same cookie cutter language is there with the 3 options. And as a town, we decided that the third option is really the only option we would like. So we've removed 1 and 2 as possibilities. And this motion would do the same thing, removing 1 and 2 from that section as possibilities. Thank you.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Anybody who wishes to speak to the motion at hand, please raise your hand now.
Mr. Moderator, may I respond to that on behalf of the planning board?
Mr. Grabowski, you have the floor.
Thank you. I don't have a dog in the race, but I note that on one occasion, the Attorney General's office has been insistent that the option of to which entity the open space goes is at the must basically contain all 3 options. So I just forewarn you that the Attorney General's office, which will be reading this, may have a negative comment there.
Thank you, Mr. Grabowski. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this article? I'm seeing no hands. Does HCAM see any hands? I see Richard Stagnoni. Chair recognizes Dick Stagnoni.
Yes, I'm just wondering, Kevin, would you consider withdrawing your amendment based on the attorney's comments?
Motion is actually on the floor and it's been made and amended. So withdrawal would have to be actually a vote to withdraw. Or you could all just simply vote no on it. Mr. Costa, I'll give you the floor for a minute to answer Mr. Stagnoni.
Mr. Moderator, so Mr. Bobrowski, I hold him in the highest regard. I would only say that the overlay district we did last year passed through the Attorney General's office and is in our zoning book today as without section 1 and 2 and just the 1 option. So I'm not saying he's incorrect, but that's what's on the books for us 1 year ago. So I wouldn't think that it wouldn't be the same.
Okay, the chair recognizes Scott McClellan.
Hi, since it's midnight, can we make a motion to end the meeting?
A motion to end the meeting, well, the debate is in process, is not in order, but I expect once this article is ready, we'll get a motion to dissolve and we'll be done here. Actually, what I'd like to say is it's probably not the correct way to do it. Let's try to get this article done if you don't mind. Any further discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing no hands, we'll go to a vote on the motion to amend. I'll read the motion. Motion is amended by striking items 9.7.13.1, items 9.7.13.2 as listed in 9.7.13 contiguous open space, and renumbering those sections accordingly. This removes a line item that the ownership of contiguous open space goes to the Town of Conservation Commission, a nonprofit organization, the principal purpose, and leaves item number 3 there. I'm going to stop screen sharing now. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend, please vote yes. Remember to put in Q&A if you are non. We're coming up to the end of our time. It's a pretty close race here, so make sure you give a couple more seconds to get all the votes in. Okay, we're closing the polling now and sharing the results. On the electronic, there were 37 in favor of the motion to amend, 33 against the motion to amend, 37 in favor. On the Q&A, we have 2 noes, making that 37 in favor of the amendment, 35 against the amendment. So the motion to amend does carry by 2 votes, and it is amended. Now we'll move back to debate on the main motion. Anybody wishing to speak on the main motion as amended, raise your hand, you'll be called in order. Chair recognizes Charles Greeley. And HCAM, you can put the graphic up on the screen again if you like for the article.
Mr. Moderator, can I give the FinCom report? I don't believe I have.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Sorry, 6-0 to take no action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Greeley?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I'd like to move that the question be postponed indefinitely.
Motion has been made to postpone the article indefinitely.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to postpone the article indefinitely. Motion to postpone indefinitely is debatable, but it's not amendable. Is there anybody would ask HCAM to remove all the hands from the attendees? And anybody who wishes to speak on the motion to postpone indefinitely, please raise your hands. The chair recognizes Charles Greeley on the motion to speak on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Yeah, the hour is late and this is a pretty vital question. It's at the end of the warrant on a special town meeting. Contrary to what was said before, it's not obvious to me what this whole article is about. I have a lot of questions. And I think it's something that we ought to take up at town meeting in the spring. For the first time, I saw some diagrams of this proposed project on my 5-inch by 2-inch phone, and I can't tell what's going on there. That kind of material should really be supplied in the town warrant packet so that we can take a look at what's involved here. There's a potential that we're going to add a whole lot of more cars to the road and a whole lot more students to our school system. And I think we need to consider it carefully at a better time than this.
Thank you, Mr. Greeley. Chair recognizes Mr. Costa.
Mr. Moderator, so postponing indefinitely a zoning article, to my knowledge, would mean that they cannot bring it for 2 years. And as just stated by Mr. Greeley, I don't think that is his intent, but I think that that is what would happen if we postpone this indefinitely. I understand that it's in the late hour, but we've had the presentation. We either, in my opinion, should refer it back and with the time frame of coming in the annual town meeting, or vote on it. I don't think that, people are paying attorneys and showing up at meetings and all that, and spending money to present to us. And it's a tough deal for us that it's midnight, but this is the situation we're in. There's COVID going on. We're doing the town's business. We have to do what we have to do. But I just, again, the intent of postponing it indefinitely doesn't match what the proponent of the motion just stated with his intent to have it come back in 6 months. Thank you.
Okay, we do have quite a number of speakers with their hands up. The chair recognizes Paul Anastasio to speak on the topic of motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. I just wanted to speak briefly in favor of not postponing it and,
I'm sorry, we lost your audio there. Do you have more other than what you just said? Okay, I think we've lost Mr. Anastasio. We will get back.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, there you are. Now I get you now. You're coming in and out.
Okay. I'm not sure if it's actually what Mr. Cost said, if it is 2 years. I know there is a delay for a fact, and it could be up to 2 years. I'm not certain of that, but this isn't, like somebody had mentioned earlier, they're not sticking shovels in the ground tomorrow. This is literally just the very first preliminary approval. And this zoning would only be just for that area. So, like Mr. Moderator said, you wouldn't be able to use this specific thing in any other area in town. I wouldn't recommend turning it down tonight. I would give these guys a chance. It's been a lot of time in planning and in development, and at least give them the opportunity to move on to the next phase where all the abutters and everybody else can show up to a public meeting and voice their opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anastasio. Again, we're on the motion to postpone indefinitely and constraining our remarks to that. I do have one panelist and 6 attendees. Let me go to Laura Fabian. You have the floor to speak on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Yes, hi, this is Adam Fabian speaking. I also echo everything that Charles Greeley spoke of earlier. Yes, hours late, and this is, yes, let it table for 2 years. All right, guess what? The school's overcrowded. It's disingenuous to say that it's going to add no kids to the school. We've already discussed the traffic on Plymouth Street. You're talking 220 more housing units with how many bedrooms? All right. It's how many more cars are going to throw on Plymouth Street?
Adam, you seems like you're straying a little bit into the actual article rather than the motion to.
Okay, so I'm good. I mimic everything that Mr. Greeley spoke of, and I am for tabling this.
Okay,
all
thank
right?
you. Great.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Christopher Harrison from panelist resident. Mr. Harrison, confine your brief remarks to the motion at hand, which is to postpone indefinitely for this article, if you still wish to speak.
This is Allison Harrison. I just wanted to make mention and make the town meeting members aware of the specific location of this. It is directly across the street of the properties that we have already discussed in Articles 21 and 24 this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We now move to Roberta Mankus to speak on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I appreciate the time. It's too late. This needs to be postponed indefinitely. Let it go a couple of years. This is very important. It's been repeated by many that we're in a pandemic, which is pretty rough on all of us. And another reason that we shouldn't be voting on something like this at midnight. And we're all a little weary. Let's postpone it indefinitely, please.
Thank you, Ms. Mankus. We have 4 more speakers, and I'd like to hear from Town Council on this. Please be brief. Patrick Duggan, you have the floor.
I'd like also to mention that I agree with Mr. Greeley's points. This is not the time to be discussing this. I do, however, speak to Mr. Costa's point, do not think it should be postponed indefinitely. These people brought this article. They, I think, mentioned lawyer fees. They should be allowed to bring it back to the next town meeting. So we should not vote for the postpone indefinitely and just refer it to the next town meeting. I also want to make one point that we all knew this was going to be a virtual town meetings, and whoever submitted these articles and Board of Selectmen had the opportunity to not submit them and withdraw them and have them on the next town meeting. They decided to go forward with this. And unfortunately, being at the end of the warrant, they're stuck at midnight. So it's unfair to them. And I think it's unfair to the town to try to vote this through now. It's not, someone's not going to be happy. I think we should reject the postponement and just refer it back. Thank you.
Okay. Chair recognizes John McFadden. And again, keep your brief comments only to the topic at hand, which is the motion to postpone indefinitely. Mr. John McFadden.
Yeah. Is it too late to make a motion to lay it on the table in place of the postponing indefinitely?
A motion to lay on the table will require that we act on the article before the dissolution of this town meeting.
Withdraw that.
I'm not sure what that means.
So basically, the motion to lay on the table says we're going to put it down for now and take it up after some article. There's no motion after this to take it up after, so we put it down. We'd have to take it back up again in 5 minutes.
I guess we'll withdraw it because we're in Article 25 anyhow.
Yeah, exactly. We're really, okay, before we begin with Mr. Lee, I have several other speakers with their hands up. I actually no other speakers with their hands up. Mr. Lee, do you wish to take the floor?
Mr. Moderator, I would just like to say, by tabling this or putting it indefinitely, putting it back to whatever the motion is that's on the floor right now, by right, they have, Mr. Duggan has, by right, he can put in right now 55 single family homes. So what he is trying to do now is to lessen the impact on the school system. That is why he is here trying to do it this way. But he does not, if he doesn't get this, he can move forward and potentially put 55 single family homes in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. Is town council available to speak for a second?
Town council is here. Yep, Mr. DeLuca.
Sure.
Yeah, hi, Dave. So, basically, I just want to give the body an idea of what the impact of a motion to postpone indefinitely is, and some idea about the resubmittal times and all of that. I think there's a couple of legal questions in there.
Yeah, sure. So indefinite postponement is an adverse decision on the zoning article. It would cause a 2-year tolling before it could be brought back. There is a provision in Section 5 that does state that that after an unfavorable finding, such as indefinite postponement, the action would be tolled for 2 years unless the adoption of such proposed ordinance or bylaw is recommended in the final report of the planning board. So there is the option of the planning board reconsidering and bringing the article again.
Okay, and that's because in their final report, they recommended it 6-0 or something like that?
Correct.
Okay. Patrick, I still see your hand up, and you're the very last person I hope to have your hand up tonight. No, your hand's down?
No, because I put my hand down because I was speaking.
Okay.
I just want to clarify, I'm just hoping, and I don't think this is meant to come out this way, that if we don't vote on this tonight, that either the developer or something is saying, well, I'm going to put up 55 single family houses. I don't think that's the way to go. I also think they can propose to put up 55 houses and that the planning board, whatever, would vote that down, because I applaud them for trying to do it the right way. Unfortunately, the timing didn't work, which is why I want to refer it back and have them come back for town meeting. But I certainly don't want to be given an ultimatum that if we don't vote it tonight.
I wasn't trying to make an ultimatum.
Let's not have any no cross-examination here. No back and forth, please.
I just want to make sure to clarify that that's what it was. That's all, because
I'm just making sure to clarify my statements too.
Okay. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on the motion of the article to postpone indefinitely? Mr. Greeley. Mr. Charles Greeley. keep your comments to the article or the motion to postpone this article indefinitely.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to, no. I'm done with my comments, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. We'll now move to a vote on the motion to postpone the article indefinitely. This motion to postpone indefinitely requires a majority vote, a simple majority vote to postpone indefinitely. If you vote a yes vote on this article, we'll end debate on this particular motion and on this particular article. And a no vote, we will open debate again and continue to debate the article as amended and vote on that at some point later on. I'm going to relaunch the poll. All those in favor of postponing the motion on Article 25 indefinitely, please say yes. All those opposed to postponing the article indefinitely and taking up debate again, please vote no. Please, in the Q&A, type your responses there. When the folks that are voting manually, please type in the Q&A. Okay, we're going to close the polling now, and I'm going to publish the results. Sharing the results here, we have 30 in favor of postponing indefinitely. We have 39 opposed to postponing indefinitely. And on the type in votes, we have 1 opposed to voting indefinitely, to postponing indefinitely, and 1 yes to postpone indefinitely. And so the motion to postpone indefinitely does not carry. We will now return to debate on the main article as amended. The motion on Article 25. Anyone who wishes to speak on the motion as amended on Article 25, please raise your hands. I'm going to call on Scott McClellan to speak on Article 25 first.
I'd like to make a motion to vote no action on the article.
Vote for no action is not in order at this particular time, and no action motion is a primary motion that must be made at the beginning of the article. The equivalent vote while it's moving on is a vote to postpone indefinitely, which was the motion we just heard and was voted and not to occur.
Isn't there a third motion, point of order, Mr.
Your
Curran?
point of order?
That he could make his motion to refer it back to the planning board for further review and discussion at the next town meeting?
He may do that.
Go ahead, Patrick.
I can't, I'm not recognized on the floor. You have to make it.
You have the floor, Mr. McClellan.
Refer back to the planning board.
Am I on?
You are on.
Oh, yeah. Can I make a motion to refer it back to the planning board?
Motion is made by Scott McClellan to refer the article back to the planning board.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. I think HCAM, can you lower all hands? Debate will move to the motion to refer this article back to the planning board. On the motion by, on the motion, we have Paul Anastasia who wishes to speak on the motion to refer back to the planning board. Paul Anastasia, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So kicking this back to the planning board would basically, can't guarantee the same exact result in the same situation where we would be tonight, but this is the very first approval phase. They're still going to have to come back to the planning and in the zoning and in several other boards in the town to move forward to actually break ground on this project. Like we said, this is just approving, the overlay area. Mr. Duggan and the developers can still move forward with something right now anyways. This is just a little more controlled and more organized, and they did a great presentation for the area. But this this ultimately, going back to the planning board, would be the same result that we have right now.
Thank you, Mr. Anastasio. Chair recognizes Charles Greeley. Again, the hour is getting late. We have lots of hands going up. The motion on the floor is to refer this article back to the planning board.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Referring it back to the planning board accomplishes what I wanted to accomplish in the first place. Go back, get more information for us town meeting members to make a sound judgment on this. This zoning law changes the zoning law in Holbrook forever for this parcel of land. Affects traffic on Plymouth Street, affects our schools. We shouldn't be making a decision about this with the information that we have right now in a Zoom meeting with a lower quorum at midnight.
Thank you, Mr. Greeley. Chair recognizes Susan Wright. Again, the motion on the floor is, and motion under discussion is the motion to refer back to the planning board.
Hello, I voted in favor of the two amendments because I thought that reducing the number of bedrooms to 2 was a good idea.
Let's stick to the motion to refer back and not the amendments we've already voted on, please.
Yes. All right, well, I just think we shouldn't refer it back to the planning board because it's a waste of time. We've already done some improvements and I think we should just go forward with a vote.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Chair recognizes Benjamin Wells. Again, constrain your comments to the actual motion at hand, which is the motion to refer back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying. All I wanted to say is that we shouldn't refer this back. We should. There's been planning board meetings that everyone has had the opportunity to go to, and these developers have multiple options, so we should just vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. Chair recognizes John McFadden. Again, on the motion to refer back is the topic here. Keep it brief.
Yes, sir. I recommend we send this back to the planning board. I noticed in one of the prior articles that they were, the Board of Selectmen were the proponents of that one submitted by them, that the last 2 pages of the town meeting had quasi maps, I'll call them, of the proposed land ownership changes. I would think that the planning board could at least provide the members of the voting public that same information on their article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McFadden. Chair recognizes Paul Anastasio from the planning board. Again, brief comments on why we should or shouldn't refer this back to the planning board.
I take it, Mr. Moderator, just more of a point of order. Mr. Duggan and the development team has been.
We've lost your audio, Paul.
Mr. Moderator, he posted something in the Q&A that I believe he was going to make a point about. That Mr. Duggan had been in front of the planning board twice already.
Oh, we cut out there. So kicking this back is, ultimately going to result in the same position that we're in right now, potentially in another late hour on another meeting.
Okay, thank you. Chair recognizes Roberta Mankis. Again, brief comments on whether to refer back or not.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wish that we would refer it back to the planning board and let's just do this in April when maybe we all have better heads going on and a little bit clearer. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mike Sidga. Again, same restricted to the motion on the floor to refer.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a motion to move the question.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to move the question. The question, the motion, the previous question to move the question has a lower rank or the higher rank than the motion that's in hand. So it's in order and it can be heard. There is no debate on moving the question. It does require a 2/3 majority. We'll move right now to vote on moving the question. The question that will be moved will be whether or not we actually vote to send this back to the planning board, not the article. So a vote to move the question will require us to move to immediate vote on whether or not to refer this article back to the planning board. It will not affect the actual article underlying. That will depend on the outcome of the actual vote. This is a 2/3 majority vote to move the question. I'm going to relaunch the electronic polling and ask the Q&As to write in there. 2/3 majority will move the question, which is to bring it back. Anybody in Q&A, type it in. We have just a few more votes trickling in. I'm going to close the polling now. We have 88%, 61 yes, 8 no, and we have 2 yeses. So that's 63 yes, 8 no. The question is moved. We'll now move to a vote on the question at hand, which is to refer by motion, refer this article back to the planning board. That is the motion at hand. We'll relaunch the polling and clear the Q&A and begin voting on the motion to refer this back to the planning board. A yes vote refers it back to the planning board. A no vote will continue debate on the main motion. Please, if you're typing in Q&A, go ahead and type in again. We've just cleared that section out for you. I'll give this one a few extra seconds. Coming in from the Q&A, we have 1 vote to refer back, and we have 1 vote against. I'm going to end the poll and publish the electronics results. We have 44 in favor of referring to the planning board, 24 opposed. The motion to refer this article back to the planning board carries by a simple majority of 45 to 25, which is in accordance with the rank and order of the article. Mr. Chairman.
Moderator, I make a motion to adjourn.
Motion, well, are you making a motion to adjourn? Because I think you wanted to maybe make a motion to dissolve. So what happens, what's very interesting in town meeting is adjourn.
Mr. Moderator, I make a motion to dissolve.
Oh, okay. We got a motion from Mr. Costa to dissolve. Is the motion seconded?
Second.
Okay, let me clear the polling results. All those in favor of dissolving the town meeting, please vote yes or no. I think I know how this one's going to come out.
Mr. Moderator, can you remind everybody about the opening on the Finance Committee?
Oh, yeah, we've got actually a great opening on the Finance Committee. You work with great folks, Pat Duggan, Pete Mahoney. You get to look at the finances of the whole town. You get to grill the department chairs about how they're spending money, and you get to come back to town meeting and you get the floor most of the time. So if you know of anybody, it's a great thing to have in your resume. It's a great service thing to do. Send me a note at the town moderator email. We'll set you up, go up and look at a couple of sessions, but we'd love to have some more people on there.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. I don't think you really meant that when you mentioned my name. I just want to point that out.
Thank you.
I didn't say any names. I'm going to end the polling here on the motion to dissolve the town meeting. And I'm going to share the results of the motion. We do have 2 yeses in the question and answer. We have 59 yes to dissolve the town meeting. We have 6 no. Town meeting, a special town meeting is now dissolved. I want to thank everybody for joining in and participating through the virtual town meeting. This is certainly a learning experience for everybody. We got through it. It took a lot longer than I thought. I hope we don't have to do it again. Most importantly, I hope that everybody has a safe, happy, and healthy Thanksgiving. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, usually we get more. waste, huh? They were never going to pass it at midnight. There's no way. And, you know,
I would caution the folks that are together and still have open mics that you're still audible to all of the people that are still on the call.